So let's talk about the plan for the stream. First off, if you want to play along at home, you can type an exclamation mark vods, and that'll get you a link to the Blizz page that I'm using for my VOD tracker. 2020 has had more months than my stream has had Hades parts. It's true. We played a lot of Hades, but just barely not that much Hades. Unsafe water until... Oh, man, that sucks. Yeah, I hope that gets cleaned up quickly, Senna. My heart goes out to you. That's a terrible thing to have to go through. Yeah, so exclamation mark VODs will get you to a link to this page. And then I'm also going to be doing a running best of list, so we can kind of see where things fell out. And I'll do my best to rank games like Oxygen Not Included and Noita against each other. That'll be an interesting exercise for sure. We're in freeze warnings? We are in freeze warnings. It's been ridiculously cold and I hate it. This does not play well with my extant habits of staying up until 5 or 6 a.m. either. So that's a little less good as well. Hey, Cryptomancer, welcome. A lot better than most of the people in your town can currently say. Yeah, that is a real bummer. You, for as much as it sucks that you're in this situation at all, you are coming out ahead of other people. It's snowing outside? Wow. That, yeah, all right. Pretty. I'll agree with that. The most lauded, most acclaimed lists? Yeah, I am sure there will be some games that are both lauded and some games that are declaimed. I think both of those will happen. You had to turn the seat warmers on in your car? Wow. We'll have to run brackets and polls. I'm afraid I don't have a challenge account that I can use for this purpose. But that does sound like an interesting experiment. 2 burned out husks of vehicles on city streets. Oh, Jesus. Yeah, that sounds horrifying. My God, what a thing to have to live through. I'm so sorry. It's, man. Well, yeah, I'm glad you're okay, even if that doesn't necessarily extend to everybody in your vicinity. It's been interesting. Yeah, I believe that for sure. I've had your part of town entirely survived. That's good. Yeah, I've seen a number of people on my friends list in who marked themselves safe from the fires. People who I didn't know were in Colorado, so that's also interesting. By about 10 feet. Wow, that's very specific. Huh. Man, what a struggle. One street saved you all by acting as a fire break. My God, how dramatic. You didn't pay the tolls. Ah, Colorado. Everything north of that torched. Yeah, fire break, super important. Turns out, my RimWorld experiment experience would have served me well in city planning. Everything torched except for the Safeway. Really? The Safeway specifically? Deal with the devil, mayhaps? Safeway probably isn't burnable. Safeway is not made of materials that can burn. Safeway is not made of natural materials. Safeway had a gas station, a bunch of propane tanks. Oh, that's pretty burnable. Yes, good thing that didn't go up. Parking lot fire break. That seems actually like a more likely explanation than deal with the devil. Well, I'll believe that instead. Parking lot did in fact stop the fire. Good deal. Good job, that parking lot. Safeway was just marked safe on the sign outside. Yeah, right? At least the fire was polite. Nah, I mean, I don't know how much you've had the chance to talk about it with people, Senna, so I don't mind this being, like, a place to get it out and talk about what's going on. You've been here long enough, you deserve that much space. I don't mind it. Current thinking is the fire was started? Ooh. By a local cult. Wow. Well, that's also truly awful. Yeah, even worse if the idea is that it's arson. Bummer. I hope they get the bastards. Assuming there are bastards to get. This is a known group. Yeah, libertarians aren't unique to Colorado. That's for sure true. Hippie batshit weirdos. This is a hell of a collection of words. Well, I have no idea what to say to that. So I think we just move on. Yeah, so the plan here is pretty loose. We're just gonna kind of be going up the list and, you know, say a few words about various games that have been played, in deference to the number of VODs that can show up on a certain page. I have it split up into 2 tabs, first half of the year, second half of the year. And I've got my Google Doc for keeping track of stuff. And, you know, maybe we click on things, maybe we don't. There's going to be a couple of, you know, small highlights here and there, which maybe we'll take a look at. Organized, kind of. A little organized. I know lately I've been slacking incredibly on actually getting highlights up. So we could also turn this into a clip show if people have particular clips that they like. I haven't done any research on clips that people have made of my stream. So if you have a couple of favorites, then, you know, start submitting them and we can go over them as time allows as well. Especially if they're like specific to games in question. So, you know, get those ready, get your clips ready. Is the budget so low we're in clip show territory? Yes. Yes, actually, Icarus. That is how low the budget is. Just enough to keep my internet running and do a clips show. No animation whatsoever this week. If an alien virus shows up, you're going to be upset. I think we've already covered that. Like, that started in 2020. We're not going to be talking about the alien virus in this stream. That was last year. It's not news anymore. Yeah, so is there any game from 2021 that can contend with Siberia 3 for the title of Worst Nominally Good Guy NPCs of the Year? Whoa, I didn't think about rating individual characters in the game. You mean like worse than what's his face? Worse than the There were some bad NPCs in Siberia 3. It was impressively bad. It's a Kevin Smith production, jeez. Yeah, the oh god, what was the name of the Kukols or something? S4 is looking to be better. I don't know, Mr. Gecko. I'm not sure that I can trust again. I was hurt so badly. I'll be honest with you, there's not a lot of trust left in me. You have a compromised position on this, okay. Play S4 drunk like I did Doki Doki. Oh my god, that would be an experience. If you ever wanted a stream in which I miss lever after lever, that would be the stream. My god. That'd be amazing. I would have to be better at acquiring alcohol, making sure I can stay drunk the entire time. Set S4 on fire, call it a Yule log video. Alright, alright, alright. No need to be setting things on fire here. I mean, we just had this discussion. Yeah, I'm so far a firm no on Siberia 4. But I guess I am willing to let people make their pitch. Take advantage of the local fire, yeah, exactly. Plenty to go round, it turns out. Well. My hotkey for microphone mute is the same hotkey as developer mode. That's unfortunate. Oh, you got snow. Okay, good. Well, I'm glad that the fire's actually out. That definitely makes things feel a lot better, even if there is still a bit of healing left to do. Alright, so, game begin, right? Blocks that matter, it turns out, didn't quite make the cut. December 31st of 2020. I was gonna come back to this game at some point. Never did. Oh well. So the first actual new game I played in 2021 was Majora's Mask. God, how long did Majora's Mask last? Look at this. 13 streams at 5.5 to 6 hours a stream, right? We played like 80-ish hours of Majora's Mask. And that was the first thing I did in 2021, was 80-ish hours of Majora's Mask. We had a lot of long games in 2021. Never really came back to the Lobotomy Corp either. Yeah, it kind of lost me. We'll get to that. We'll get to that. We'll come to it. It's definitely soon on the list of things I'm going to be talking about. So yeah, Majora's Mask, first game I played. It was a good game, absolutely. It was worth the hours. I would say that it hasn't aged well. There's a lot of problems with the way that N64 games worked at the time. The abandoned part ones, occasionally, yeah. Yo. Thank you for the bit, Senna. Yeah, there was a lot of Hades. Hades we started in 2020 and went like a little deep into 2021. I think this was actually the last Hades stream, was part 23. So something like 100-something hours of Hades. 115, 120, 130? How many hours of Hades actually? I can look this up. I have this information. 130 hours of Hades, including time spent off stream. So, not just. I did get the gift game, Icy, right? It's smart of the N64 vintage. Ensconced, right? It's a sconce. I hate it. Classics, but also roasted for not aging well. Yeah, I mean, yeah, that's about right. Cyberpunk 2077 is also on the list, Devonok. I hated it then too. I probably did. That doesn't surprise me. I like to think my opinions are mostly consistent. It's especially egregious with Majora's Mask, just because of the way saves work, right? I will enjoy at least some of it. I mean, I've enjoyed some of Shadowrun. I think the whole cyberpunk premise has a lot going for it. Trying to break the Siberia 3 record for bugs. I don't know. I don't think Siberia 3 was actually that buggy. Like, there were definitely a couple of things. But for the most part, it was questionable design, extremely odd script writing, and just generally not a lot of direction when it came to the plot. They just did some really weird things. There were a couple of bugs, but I don't think it was that bad. Cyberpunk 2077 takes the cake, absolutely. I'm well aware of how badly that started off. I'm sure it's gotten a lot better. I have several friends that that played it and really enjoyed it. So I don't doubt that it's got something to it at least. But yeah, it was super buggy on release. Probably not anymore, I think that's right. The wonky interface mechanics in S3? That's true. That's true. The console versions. Oh, console versions. Isn't that always how that goes? PC version is mostly fine. Console version is just a fiasco. We don't speak of those. We better not. So yeah, whole bunch of Majora's Mask at the beginning of the year. Majora's Mask all the way into February. There's a lot of Majora's Mask. Alright. Ladies and gentlemen, first on the list, Majora's Mask. Currently in first place because it has 0 competition. So looking at evening games, actually this is my first Retropolis stream, which is kind of surprising to me. I thought this was older. Default, yup, sometimes that's all it takes. Sometimes all it takes is to have 0 competition. I think plenty of congressmen would feel the same way. This is my first Retropolis stream. We never went back to Retropolis after a while either. How much Retropolis did we end up playing on stream? Not that much, right? Like 3 or 4 streams and then kind of fell by the wayside. I was having fun with this game. Heaven's Vault was 2020? Yeah, Heaven's Vault was a while ago. I very recently played another game of Retropolis off stream just to kind of remember things about the game and try to see how far I could go. And it was with the there's like a faction that gets power based on other units dying, and I really never really knew what to do with them. I don't think I succeeded particularly well. But I played with them and I did mostly okay, like kind of touch and go for a long time, and then got to like round 20 or 21 out of 30 and then just died, just got smushed. And it was like, oh, I have no idea how that happened. Like, I didn't think I had it in me to win that one. It was like very skin of my teeth, but I don't understand what happened to me. I just collapsed. I think this is a game I'd want to come back to at some point. I had a lot of fun with it. I wouldn't mind playing it again. You know what actually I should pair with this is, you know, the retrospective post in the Discord. We should poll people and see what games we want to come back to. Because there's a whole bunch of stuff that we did and kind of dropped off for whatever reason. Either because I stopped caring about it, or it just got crowded out of the schedule, or... is there any other game that can challenge Outer Wilds the kind of best DLC of 20... Absolutely not. Outer Wilds is the top of any list I put it on. I regret to inform you, number 1 is a foregone conclusion for this year. But number 2 and number 3 might still be fought for. I just love Outer Wilds so much. I don't know. New RimWorld DLC is a very hard second. That's true, actually. The RimWorld DLC has been spectacularly good. Like, all of the additions is... like, it really did change the game. It made it feel not like a new game, but just like there was so much more game that was in there compared to where it was before. Absolutely respect what RimWorld did with the DLC. It did some really good work. Oxygen Not Included also, like, the DLC is huge. It changes the game in a bunch of drastic ways. Like, it gives you a post-game that didn't exist prior. And that's another thing that I haven't gone back to now that they've basically released it. Should probably do that at some point. But, yeah, I don't know. Like, this was a lot. This is actually a really good year for DLC, huh? All right, anyway, Retropolis. Retropolis is on the list. The list includes Retropolis. Then we have a bunch of stuff that, of course, I have played a lot of both this year and prior, like Monster Train, although apparently Last Divinity was this year too. Last Divinity, also a really good expansion for Monster Train. Like, the final boss really changed things, and the shards that you could get really changed things. Put the Monster Train DLC on the list. Sure. Monster Train DLC. Do we have a separate list for DLCs specifically? Sure. Best DLCs. Monster Train, currently on the list. Hey, everybody remember the Nonary games? Remember Zero Escape? I don't remember it. I don't think that ever happened. I'm not clicking that link. So what else do we have here? More retrospective stuff. This is like best of for Cardo, which happened somewhere in December. Why the heck not? Nobody wants to see this. Goes on the worst of list. Worst of for last year, though. It wasn't even this year. This is just when I made the highlight. The game based on... Good, Icarus. Is probably for the best. Which... Wait. Not about the... Oh, not about the... Okay. The question was about the DLC list. Why... What do you mean, why? Which DLC are we not talking about? I don't even remember what I've said now. You've got me. It's been at least a minute and a half since the thing that I said, and I no longer have any idea what it was. Put up a separate list. Oh, yeah. Separate list for DLCs. I think this is as good an idea as any. More lists, more better. But yeah, I will say that Monster Train is a game that I think never quite got a sufficient playtime on my stream. Like, it is a game that I still really enjoy. I think the gameplay is good. I think I'm still learning how to play the game and how to be good at the game. And there's still, like, it feels like there's so much more to do in Monster Train that I just never ended up doing, never played enough to quite get there. And I think it was also one of those games that was just kind of drowned out by other games feeling more important or feeling more exciting at the time. And it's still a game that I want to go back to more. Alright, I'm also making a should we revisit list. This one is unranked, because this is just going to go into a poll onto Discord. But I am taking notes. Whether or not people think we should revisit Monster Train, I am likely to revisit Monster Train. I think anytime I have a space in the week open that I just don't know what to do with, I might just slip Monster Train in there. But there's so many games to play. there's so many games to play. I know exactly what I'm doing every day of this coming week and every day of the week after, and maybe not every day of the week after that. But like, there's so many games I want to play and things I want to do. Cream of the crop. I haven't seen that before. That's very good. I like that. I'm not gonna add that because it's just gonna be the bottom of this list. This list is going to lengthen. So we're going to have a bottom and a top of the list, and that's fine. Yeah, that seems like the kind of thing that's hard to be original on. I hadn't heard of that before, but that's really good. I'm definitely going to consider that one. That sounds like a thing I will think about. That sounds like a thing that will never leave my head at this point. Yeah, good job. What else were we doing? We were doing ONI stuff. The Spaced Out DLC went into early access in near the end of 2020, clearly, based on what this is looking like, probably November or so. But I think it actually released this year, although we haven't gone back to it. I think it is actually released now. Competition between your father and one of his friends to find the best under $25 bottle of wine. Oh, okay. So the diamonds in the rough, as it were. The term applies much better for this purpose than for his usage. Maybe. So yeah, so we played some of this, the ONI DLC. Played it for a while. Wow. We really did play it for a while. I guess I was starting a new colony, and it took me a while to get to the point where I was doing things other than the things that I was used to doing. I think that's the real bonus of the Spaced Out DLC for Oxygen Not Included was being able to have more game in that game once you get to that point. You still have to get it, lacking time to play. I understand. Not the best of the cheapest. That which excels at being the worst. Sure. Yeah, you can go either direction with that. So I'm not sure whether or not Spaced Out belongs on our list. If it does, I think I will actually put it as better than the Monster Train DLC, even though I haven't gone back to it yet. Just because of the degree to which it changes the game and adds more content to the game. Like, Last Divinity, I think, gives you... Like, it gave you an additional resource, right? Better than Outer Wilds? No. No. I don't... we haven't gone to Outer Wilds yet. But in the weird, like, how do I compare afternoon stream games, I think ONI did a more valuable DLC than Monster Train. Why is it? We haven't gotten there yet. Hey, hold. I don't know, man. It's January. I don't even know Outer Wilds exists at this point. You should almost all be unranked, unnumbered lists. Maybe. Some of them I am definitely ranking. Deliberately ranking. The DLCs are definitely hard to rank against each other. As are generally afternoon games hard to rank against each other. Because it's a lot of, like... You know, people say comparing apples to oranges. This is... far more different. Cream of the crap. It's good. It's such a good line. Yeah, where were we? All right. So still moving up here, right? We looked at Monster Train. Lobotomy Corporation was played for the first time this year. Lobotomy Corporation, I think, is... I actually don't know if I think Lobotomy Corporation is a good game. I think it had some things that stood out, for sure. And the theming is fantastic. Like, a game based around, you know, SCPs is a hell of a thing to get into. But I don't think the gameplay was executed that well. And the, like, management sim parts of it kind of didn't quite land for me, especially... like the combat and that kind of stuff. So like, I thought the aesthetic was really good. I thought the idea was really good. But at the end, I just kind of wasn't having that much fun with it. I think we only got like 2 or 3 streams in with it, right? And then kind of never came back to it. Only 2? I'm actually surprised it was only 2. I thought I'd gotten a little bit further in. No, apparently not. But yeah, for all that was cool, it just didn't grab my attention the way maybe it could have, had it been executed slightly differently. I don't know. Cannot wait for the discussion about where to put Disco Elysium. Disco Elysium was a good game, too. Yet another long one this year. We keep going up. Estuary Namakill, man. How much Rogue Legacy have we played? Rather a lot. There's actually no Rogue Legacy on this list so far. That's kind of surprising. Then we get up to Prison Architect. The Kuno. Prison Architect, a very interesting game. Given the list of options here, I think I enjoyed Retropolis more than Prison Architect. I would say Prison Architect is definitely better than Lobotomy Corporation. Prison Architect is interesting because it feels like it's very deep. And there's, you know, a lot that you can do in it, and a lot of things that you can spend your time on. And, you know, however far I've gotten, how much did I play it? We got to part 3. Was there a part 4? There was a 4th, 5th Prison Architect stream as I got more of the DLCs gifted to me. Thank you, Devinock. And I think I eventually landed at a point where the things that were left to do didn't feel interesting. Like I had, you know, sort of a base laid out and a general understanding of where the game was going. And it didn't... Are we going to include old standbys that are not 2021 specific? I'm not intending to. Like, I think they deserve mentions, but I'm probably not going to go too in-depth on those. And I don't think they belong on the lists. You think PA is definitely a thing I should revisit at some point? See, Prison Architect isn't one of the ones that got, you know, crowded out or whatever. Prison Architect, I feel like I got most of the enjoyment that I could expect to get out of. The game basically broke down when you refused to build solitary confinement. Yeah, I don't think I ever took a moral stand while I was building my prison. But that sounds like a reasonable moral stand to take. Was interesting for a themed RimWorld DF like. Yeah, it's true. I only really built one prison, didn't try any other approaches. Yeah, it kind of didn't. But that's the point of what I'm trying to say. Is I looked at the other things that I could do in the game, and it didn't seem that interesting. Like, I think a lot, it sounds like when the game gets more interesting is as a result of kind of prisoners being prisoners and doing more to kind of break you out of whatever it is you're trying to do, like more riots, more escape attempts, more whatever. And that specific kind of management doesn't really appeal to me. And in terms of, like, prison growth, it's not like I felt like I had done everything that the game had to offer. Like, clearly I didn't, right? How many DLCs in the game? We started, you know, an island prison, and that was kind of the extent of the DLC exploration that I did. But, like, even with that, like, looking at what is available and the kinds of new things that you could do that I hadn't done, it just didn't... I don't know, it didn't seem interesting. It didn't catch me. Yeah, I mean, like, I think I gave it a fair shake. I think I played as much Prison Architect as I wanted to. I don't really feel much of a pull to come back to it. I think Lobotomy Corp I could maybe do another stream of at some point. I think I wouldn't be opposed to that. Like, if I only streamed it twice, like, I feel like I could give it a little bit more and see whether or not the game changes in ways that make it more interesting as you get deeper into it. But yeah, I don't feel the need to come back to Prison Architect. I will put Lobotomy Corp on this list though. Where are we? God, I need to be remembering dates. Where is Prison Architect on this list? Here it is. Near the end of Majora's Mask. Beginning of February. Returning the Princess. Why did I highlight this? You know what? We're gonna watch this one. Hang on. I'm going to pause the music and we're gonna watch this. Because I want to know what about this I thought was worth highlighting. Punishment! Punishment! Oh, that's not a good look. Are they all like that? They sure are. Cultists, basically. I guess it's time. Where's the king? Hey, how does this look on stream? I'm directly in front of my own face. Amazing. How about that? Hot, isn't it? A monkey shall suffer and suffer till he can suffer no more. You shall know the wrath of a king whose darling princess was taken away from him. The double gym. What is the Grand Vizier after this? It's terribly sad, but nothing can calm the king now. Our swamps have become poisoned. No, they're not. Have you looked outside? When is the last time you looked outside? This may be the end of the Deku Kingdom. Oh, great lords, save us! Beside myself with ocarinas. Why are you waiting? All right. What? It doesn't work? What do you mean it doesn't work? I'm literally right here. Where do I need to be to... Can I dump it here? Yes, good. So, like, I mean, this is somewhat funny, but, like, why did... it out. Beautiful. Oh, my princess! My darling princess! Oh, she attacks him or something, doesn't she? I was so worried. Foolish father! This is abuse! Cower in fear! Princess has returned! Alright. Yeah, this was worth a highlight. I love it. Fair enough. What are you doing? Let that monkey go this instant! Take that, cultists! Right? Alright. I understand. I understand. Yeah, that was worth a highlight. I agree. Good job, Past Jim. Alright, returning the princess. Noita. Yeah, okay. We really did just start Noita this past year. In February, apparently. And Manifold Garden. Yep. That's on the list also. So Noita was amazing. Noita is just a fantastic game. I am happy to put Noita above the list here on top of the list. How much Noita did we get done before it finally kind of petered out? I have to go to the next tab for that. I think our most recent Noita stream was Noita Part 25. Rather a lot of Noita. It's a lot of Noita. How it started versus how it's going. We're not gonna watch the whole like, it is feasible for me to just put up the Noita stream in AFK, but like that's really not what I'm trying to get at it here. The first run, I could do you better than that. I can show you the first death, which is the most important part of that run, I think. Because we do have that highlight also. A teleport cursor. Oh, I'm still being teleported. What the balls is toxic sludge? Oh god, stop! Why? Was I still being teleported at this point? I'm assuming everything is... I'm dead. I'm so dead. Oh my god. Everything went wrong. Everything went wrong. I had no idea what was going on. I was teleported into the middle of enemies. I backed up in the wrong direction. And then I had the shotgun dude shooting at me while I was standing on a barrel of explosives. Like, everything went wrong. Yeah, I don't even know how I got teleported, to be honest. Something must have. Oh, I bet I was soaked in teleport juice. I'll bet there was like a potion of teleportation and I just drank it or something stupid like that. I have no idea what happened. But yeah, this is like 7 deaths, 8 deaths, something like that over my first stream. My first Noita stream. So if you want to watch through the rest of that, that's here. It's absolutely available. Yeah, teleportitis on a first run is atrocious. It's so hard to deal with even if you know what you're doing. Quantum Conundrum is in fact on the list. Noita. My god, what a game, Noita. I do feel like at this point I have gotten most of the value I'm going to get out of it, right? However many hours later that is. Hang on. How many hours have I put into Noita now? Also 130 hours. Ladies and gentlemen, I have played a lot of Noita. How many games did I play this year with John Delancey in it? That requires a visit to IMDb. I'm not willing to put in that kind of work. But at least 1, maybe 2, maybe 3, I have 0 clue. Some. But yeah, like there's definitely more to do in Noita, but I'm not sure that I have much of a vested interest in trying to do it, given how much I've already done. I don't know. Especially given that, like, most of my recent Noita streams have been the Twitch integration stuff. This would be, like, achievement hunting. Yeah, pretty much. Like, if I ever do another Noita stream, it's going to be without Twitch integration. Time Spinner Rando was 2021. Yep. Just to see, like, how much I can do without chat's help. Because let's face it, the majority of my Noita success came down from chat's help, right? I get to start off with an extra, like, 150 HP or however many things you're going to give me. And you give me, like, random healing ghosts and improve my wands. And, like, it's... I got so much benefit from Twitch integration. It hardly feels fair. So if I were to bring Noita back, I'll put Noita on the list. Noita can be on the list of what do people want to see. You were trying to murder me? Alright. I mean, I appreciate it, you know. And give me tons of lava to drop on mobs. I suspect the lava backfired more often than it didn't. But I appreciate the gift and the spirit that it's given. So yeah, I think maybe some more Noita at some point. Probably not soon. And if I do, it's not going to be with Twitch integration. Because I think at that point I'll be more interested in how much I can do on my own, rather than how much I can do with chat giving me the assist. So this is the end of Majora's Mask and onto Manifold Garden, which was a fantastic game. I loved the hell out of Manifold Garden. That is exactly my kind of game. Like, it's so up my alley. It hits, like, a lot of the same points that The Witness hit for me. It's got, like, weird, like, aesthetic landscapes and stuff. And the stupid puzzle games. And then the stupid meta puzzles. All of that, like, trying to find the secret hidden doorways that go back and forth across the timeline in Manifold Garden. This game was so perfect for me. This game was so perfect for me. God, I love Manifold Garden. Like, that really hits a lot of the things that I want hit in a game, right? It is super in my wheelhouse and very much appeals to me specifically as a type of gamer. Once you got past the disorientation, mild headachy from the flips, you enjoyed watching it. That's fair. There's actually a speedrun mode where it's even more disorienting because there's no transition. It just immediately snaps you. It's really difficult to keep track of. Yeah, I never really got into the speedrunning Manifold Garden, which, you know, that's probably not necessary. As much as I see the appeal, it's probably not super important for me to do that. Other people are doing that for me, and I think that's okay. Glad that it exists. I don't have to be a part of it. But yeah, God, I love this game. I really, really loved what it was doing and the direction it was going. I feel like some of it could have been a little bit less obtuse. Can you rub your junk on every surface in a speedrun? That's generally frowned upon? I mean, you could. It would just be not a very good speedrun. You wouldn't be going particularly fast. It's, yeah, exactly. You understand. But yeah, loved it. Super excited about Manifold Garden. It was a good time. Here is my first Rogue Legacy 2 stream in 2021. Presumably, coinciding with a fresh content release. And as soon as there's another content release, we're going right back to it. I want you all to know, Rogue Legacy is likely to happen again. We are not done. Despite me having not had a Rogue Legacy stream in probably a month or so. A month and a half, maybe. It's the opposite of what I love in those games. That's fair. That's fair. There are some games that I might try to speedrun just because I love the game so much that once discovery is done, I still want to keep playing, even though that means there's no new stuff to discover. And it's just a matter of, like, optimizing and getting better at the game. Like, sometimes that is valuable. And sometimes it's just I have another excuse to keep playing the game. I have another excuse to keep living in that game's universe. Metroid Dread speedruns are fun. You can just charge straight through. Yeah, I've seen the Dread speedruns. There's a lot of tech in them. I don't know that I would, I don't think I would be very good at Metroid Dread speedrun. It's pretty fiddly. This particular genre of puzzle game. Yeah, I agree. Speedrunning puzzle games is probably not where I want to be. But, like, I tried to do some various, like, speedrun tech in Mario Odyssey. Like, I really loved Mario Odyssey. I didn't end up playing that on stream. But I had a lot of fun with that. And, you know, even once I was done with the game, like, fully into post-game and getting all of that stuff, once I was done with all of the content, there was still the races, and I was like, man, I just want to get better. I still just want to have a reason to keep playing the game. So, like, I got, you know, decently good at some of the races in that game. That was fun. It was the same kind of thing that I did with Oni and the Will-O-Wisps. Like, there were the races in Oni and the Will-O-Wisps. There were a couple of those that was, like, almost reason enough to keep playing the game was to go back and mess around with the races, even though it's not like new content. It's worth Ori. Yeah, that's what I meant. The sheer joy of jumping around and engaging with the mechanical aspects of Ori was good enough that it's worth it to maybe not speedrun, but to at least like try to improve times in the races or see how well you can do at specific areas of the game. Like, if there was a game that I was going to speedrun, it would probably be Ori. Ori was a lot of fun. Alright, where are we? We hit Noita. We saw Rogue Legacy. We saw that Rogue Legacy existed. Rogue Legacy continues to exist. So now, past to the end of Manifold Garden. And we hit Siberia 3. Hello, Siberia. It had to be discussed. Immediately onto the bottom of the list. Please enjoy the bottom of the list. So how much are we going to sit here and discuss? Rip indeed. Thank you for the bit, Senna. How much are we going to sit here and discuss Siberia 3 and what it put me through? Huh? Are there any good highlights for Siberia? Alright. Actually, let's look at Siberia. Oh man, I never even made highlights of the game? There's gotta be some clips though. Show me clips. Really? No clips? Fascinating. I guess nothing stood out enough that I felt the need to make a highlight of it? It's kind of funny. It was all just uniformly bad, maybe? It's dead now, we're past it. Better than Crossing Souls? Granted, better than Crossing Souls. Crossing Souls was actively distasteful in a way that Siberia was not. Fair enough. Time Spinner Randomizer is here? Speaking of speedrunning? Time Spinner Randomizer and Bloodstained Randomizer are like the closest I've gotten to speedrunning, I think, on stream. And those have been a lot of fun too. It's like, it's just more excuses to play the game, right? I keep thinking about going back and doing more Time Spinner streams. And, I don't know. Miss Kate Walker is not utterly unlikable at that deep of a level. It's true. Time to muscle in on some putt-putt speedruns. Oh, man. I don't think I have the manual dexterity to do putt-putt. That's probably accurate, Devinock. I think there are a lot of things that I enjoy more than the stream as a whole does, or more than you specifically do. You don't anymore? Oh, Dark Twinge. Yeah, I do appreciate the specificity of the putt-putt speedruns. They're very technical. But yeah, not where I want to be. Not how I want to be spending my time. But yeah, I definitely enjoyed Time Spinner Randomizers. I definitely enjoyed Bloodstained Randomizers. I would be down to do more randomizer runs on stream. I do agree that I think I am getting more out of it than many of my regulars. You were good at speedrunning putt-putt until good players started competing. That's how it always is, isn't it? It's like, oh man, I got such a good time. I can't wait until somebody who actually knows what they're doing comes by and blows me out of the water. I feel that. I feel that. This is definitely like competing in your bracket needs to be a thing. I'm kind of that way on Beatmania. Like, I've got people that are about my level that I can compete with, and it's, you know, good fun kind of jockeying for slightly better than each other. And then you look at people who are actually good at the game, and it's like, what am I even doing here? My scores, my times, these are jokes. All of these are just jokes. I'm gonna put randomizers back on the list also. Because that was a thing that I enjoyed and would not mind doing again. We got to the end of Siberia 3, thank God. And then played Maquette. Watching people triple S rhythm games at the highest difficulty makes your brain melt. Mood. Absolute mood. Especially dance games. It's just incredible that you can be that coordinated. Like, I have decent timing, but I'm not at that level. Nowhere near that level. I can't even play those songs, let alone get good scores on those songs. I liked Maquette. I think as a puzzle game, it did some very interesting things. Like, the whole playing with perspective matters stuff is definitely a thing that is high on my list of things I like. Maquette, the Brazilian game where you're going to, like, dream realms. No? No. Maquette was the one where there were things that were, like, different sizes, and you could go into the smaller version, and it was the same as Brazilian game I played on 420. What? Was it actually 420? You talking about Torin? Because that was a disaster. That's also going on the bottom of the list. Let's talk about cream of the crap. Alright, I am going to make a separate cream of the crap list. Just so I have this stuff marked off Torin was pretty bad. Torin was pretty bad. You had to go out and buy gummies to see if it made the game better. No, I don't imagine it would. I don't imagine it would. That was not the kind of game that is made any better by altering your perceptions. Maquette was good though. I enjoyed it. I think the story they were telling for Maquette was realistic, reasonably engaging, but it still had the problem where, from my perspective, with my experience with relationships, I was looking at it and being like, you are both idiots, and you have only yourselves to blame for the predicament you find yourselves in. Inkling tried to experiment with booze for similar reasons and came to the same conclusion. Yeah, that sounds about right. So the storyline for Maquette had me rolling my eyes in a couple of places, but I also think it's a thing where sometimes you just want to tell your story, whatever that is, and you know, different people are going to come at it from different perspectives, and I feel like it was well told, for all that I didn't particularly empathize with any of the primary actors. Torin might have been worse than S3. I think it was. I think it actually was. We'll get to that eventually. But yeah, I enjoyed Maquette. It's kind of hard to, like, okay, so here, this is the 3 evening games that we've been through so far, up through middle of March, right? Cause there just have been long games. Gameplay plus, story minus, sure. Yeah, after Maquette is Catherine. So Maquette solidly beneath Manifold Garden. Manifold Garden, I think, was a much better game, had more interesting mechanics, had more interesting puzzles, and even if there was no real story to Manifold Garden, like, Manifold Garden holds its own without that being necessary. Maquette, the puzzles were, I think, interesting. Like, Maquette is interesting because it looks like a game that is a vehicle for the story, and they needed to add enough gameplay for there to be a game there, and they could have stopped far below the point that they were at for Maquette. I think if you look at, like, some of the various Inkle Studios games, right, explicitly, what they're doing is they have a story they want to tell, and then they have to add the minimum amount of gameplay possible for it to actually be considered a game, and then they have a vehicle for their story. And I think Maquette could have been the same thing. I think Maquette was headed in that direction. But they actually put in, like, some real work on the gameplay and the game mechanics and the puzzles. And the puzzles of it felt really interesting, in addition to, you know, being a vehicle for the storytelling. And I thought they did a really good job of it. Or several stories at once in some cases. Yep. In some cases. So I think I put... It's so weird comparing games to Majora's Mask. Because it's like, I am looking at Majora's Mask from the perspective of several decades later. And, you know, some of the stuff that's in it is now tropes because it was in Majora's Mask. Which is not, like, a slight on Majora's Mask. But sometimes you can't help but, like, go to the thing that caused the tropes to exist and be like, these things are tropes. And look at it from that perspective. And has been fixed in the remake. That's actually a good point. I didn't play, like, the DS version, right? I played a straight-up port of the N64 version. Was that my first ever card capture game? I think so? Yeah, I think so. I think Majora's Mask was the first game I played using the card capture system. And then the only other one was, so far, has been Metroid Dread. Deserves some kind of Lifetime Achievement Award. Alright, Majora's Mask gets a star. Playing original versions, warts and all. Yeah, that's a real experience for sure. And you have to know going into it that that's what you're doing. I I think if I just try and rank the two based on how much fun I had, I would say Maquette slots in higher than Majora's Mask. But it's just so hard to compare them. Like, there's not a lot of points at which you can even make comparisons. They are both games, but they're so different. Majora's Mask got a gold star. Yep. Which is almost like 3 gold triangles. Thank you for the bit, Senna. There's a lot of M's here. I don't know what that says. I think it doesn't say anything, but it is funny to look at. Yeah, I like Maquette. I think I had questions about the story, but all in all, it was told coherently, and I feel like they did a really good job putting the game together. I think it stands out as a very good indie game within the category of indie games that exist in order to tell their story, right? As many indie games do, right? Many indie games exist in order to be able to tell their story. And I think Maquette is a shining example of that category of indie game. I think it tells its story well, and I think it has good game mechanics to accompany the story. So massive respect for Maquette. Whoa, we started playing SteamWorld Quest this year. That's a game I need to go back to too. Tell Inkling I'm sorry. We do, in fact, still need to revisit SteamWorld Quest. There is yet more SteamWorld Quest to be played. Put it on the list? Yep, it's going on the list. SteamWorld Quest is good. It's one of those things that felt weird to slot in as an afternoon game. Like, I think by rights it should probably have been an evening game, but it was at the point where it felt like it was going to be very grindy, and therefore maybe better off. Like, parts of it are afternoon game material, but for the most part, I think it was maybe poorly served by not being something that I focused dedicated evening streams to. I'd like to come back to it, I think. And I think it was good. I don't know where it goes here. I don't know where to put it on the list. This is another one where, like, because of the kind of game it is, it's really hard to compare to the other games that are in this category. I think if I were to slot it in evening games, it'd be between Maquette and Majora's Mask. Like, I think I just want to put, almost categorically, I want to put new games ahead of Majora's Mask, just because Majora's Mask is showing its age so badly. Like, it's not that I think Majora's Mask is a bad game, or that any of these games are necessarily better than them in the abstract. Does it just not belong on this list at all? All right. Sure. I mean, I kind of like that it's there just so we can see how far down the list it drops as each successive new game slots in above it. But yeah, all right, we could just put it over here. And this list, I think, does not need to be ranked. Things can be on this list. I don't really feel like trying to rank them. I think SteamWorld Quest actually has, like, given that it's a card game that you're sort of building up over time, there's some comparisons to Inscription Act 2 with SteamWorld Quest. Like, the scope of SteamWorld Quest kind of says, you know, tells you where Inscription Act 2 could have gone if it was a different kind of game. I mean, I think Inscription did it better, but SteamWorld Quest had a lot going for it. I think it was good. I'm not sure whether I want to slot it above or below Retropolis. Maybe above? Just put another 2 on the list. It's like... I think I have been enjoying it less than I enjoyed Retropolis. Which is not to say that it's a bad game or a worse game than Retropolis. But it definitely fits a different category. So it's one of those things that's like hard to compare until you have a thing that you can actually gauge relative to each other. I will say, on kind of a sort of loose game dev level, SteamWorld Quest feels more polished than Retropolis, but maybe not better designed than Retropolis. Considering that, I can compare them both as card games, right? Even though you're kind of doing different things in them. I don't think Randomizer can be considered a DLC. Like, it's not official. Which is not to say that that doesn't make it a DLC, but one has more story, the other one has more mechanics. Yeah. And I think, like, for my purposes, in terms of how much enjoyment I'm going to get out of the game, the more mechanics wins out. Especially when the mechanics play well together. When the mechanics interlock in a good way. I think this is where I come down on that. So where are we here? SteamWorld Quest. Man, time spinner. So, Quantum Conundrum, right? Hot on the heels of Maquette. Puzzle game after puzzle game. What do we think about Quantum Conundrum? It was good, right? It was enjoyable. It was a bit lighter than Maquette, which is, like, obviously the comparison you have to make since I am playing Quantum Conundrum immediately after I played Maquette. The kind of weird thing about SteamWorld Quest that it has fun gameplay, the devs just seem to be less interested in highlighting that than the jokey writing. That's a fair point. Yeah, I'm not using that to take away from the gameplay that SteamWorld Quest does have, right? Like, it's absolutely good. But yeah, it still serves as a vehicle for the the comedy script writing that they're trying to make, right? And in many ways, like, SteamWorld Quest is very much like a kind of JRPG-ish. Not that with, like, the scope of specifically a JRPG, but, like, it has that same feel of, you know, getting in battles in order to further the story. For all that there are a lot of in-depth battle mechanics, the point of the battles are to get on with the story. QC was a good watch, entertaining, kind of good that it wasn't bogged down in hard puzzles. Potentially, yeah. I mean, that was kind of what I came out of Quantum Conundrum with. Was I really liked the script writing. The voiceover was good. Well done, John Delancey. And overall, it was both lighter and more lighthearted. Evil Genius was fully 2021, yeah. Evil Genius 2, yeah. Like, it was both, like, a lighter game in terms of how hardcore a game it is, and more lighthearted than Maquette, right? So it kind of puts it on its own separate level. I think I enjoyed Maquette more than I enjoyed Quantum Conundrum. And I think if I were going to look at those two games side by side and recommend a puzzle game to someone, it would be Maquette above Quantum Conundrum. I think Quantum Conundrum has selling points. And depending on the person I was talking to, maybe they would get more out of Quantum Conundrum than they would get out of Maquette. But like, on just you know, not tailoring my opinion for who my audience is, just comparing how I felt about those games, I think I enjoyed Maquette more. But they were pretty close, both in enjoyment and chronologically. So, Quantum Conundrum, and then Catherine. I'm almost thankful that the game crashed on me. It meant that I could stop playing. You never actually put it on your wish list? Someday. Someday. It's on the wish list now? Alright, well good. Good, now you'll remember. Catherine has, like, if you completely strip it of its aesthetic and of its storyline, I think the core mechanics of Catherine are very well put together. And, I mean, I know people who agree with me, because I've got at least one friend who was heavily involved in the competitive two-player Catherine community. Which is kind of hilarious. And in that sense, I think Catherine is potentially a good game. The aesthetic is off-putting and not something I would choose to experience. Am I talking about Dacid Bro? Dacid Bro and Dom. Like, Dom was right in there with Dacid. So yeah, the aesthetic for Catherine is off-putting and not something I would choose to experience. And, the storyline is appalling. Just straight up appalling. The specific type of misogyny that is on display in Catherine is awful, and I just really dislike it as a base for a storyline. So I would have seen it through to the end, because I am a man that plays some games, but I'm glad I didn't have to. I'll be honest with you, I'm glad I didn't have to. I don't think Catherine is a bad game. I think it is extremely not for me, and I have some real questions about people who enjoyed themselves playing Catherine. But I don't think it is a bad game. That said, I am going to slot it under Majora's Mask. But it's not going in the crap category. And that brings us to Evil Genius 2. Most unlikable protagonist. Yeah, fair. Evil Genius 2, I think, delivered on its promise. But I also think that wasn't a hard bar to clear. So, I think Evil Genius 2 did a good job of modernizing what Evil Genius 1 was doing. They made the formula that you were playing out easier to play, like easier to engage with, not as obtuse mechanically. They did a better job of explaining what was going on. I think they built off of the comedy inherent in the Evil Genius formula quite well. The writing is good. The writing is as good as can be expected. I think the content in it is great. Like the playing with the evil mastermind tropes and the various buildings that you can find and the enemies that you face against. Like, I think that's all put together really well. That said, I think the core gameplay loop of Evil Genius 1 or 2 doesn't catch me. People complained about pacing issues, and then it got better, and it still didn't feel like it was paced well even after it got better. There's a lot of restrictions in how deep you can get into certain parts of the game based on how deep you've gotten in the kind of main storyline of the game, which wasn't really how I wanted to play it. Like, I didn't want my ability to progress in technology to be dependent on how far along I was in the on rails path of where the game was taking me. In fact, I think if the on rails path, like the campaign was like a separate campaign mode for Evil Genius 2, and there was also just like a sandbox mode that let you play the game in a way that wasn't dependent on a like storyline progression, I think that sandbox mode would be good. And I think that would be a thing that I would enjoy playing. That would be a game that I'd come back to. But the way that Evil Genius specifically worked, it put a lot more emphasis on that main storyline that just didn't really appeal to me. What's up, Prototype? You would love that? See? I'm not alone. Welcome to the stream. Fascinating to see people who are new to my stream show up for the retrospective stream, but, good on you. Thanks for stopping by. Your heat has been restored? Ooh, okay, yeah, go do the thing. So overall, I think that Evil Genius did a passable to good job on delivering what I think it was intended to deliver, but the thing that it was intending to deliver just kind of missed for me. I think that's where I'm at on it. I feel like I got what I wanted out of Evil Genius 2. I don't think that's a game I'll go back to unless, like I said, they made some drastic changes to how the game kind of presents its core gameplay loop, let's be honest. But there's definitely stuff to appreciate. And I think if the aesthetic works for you, then Evil Genius 2 will probably be a fantastic game for you. And I think it's reasonable to recommend to people to see whether or not it lands. I think specifically it's a matter of, like, whether or not that type of... Not the type of gameplay, but, like, the focus of the player. Like, if the humor of the game is a compelling reason to continue playing the game, then I think Evil Genius 2 is a good recommendation for that person. And I think that is a specific type of person, right? Some gamers, like, you'll get different things out of the game. You'll focus on different parts out of the game. Different things will be good for you, different things will be bad for you. People are unique, right? So I think if the humor of the game and the aesthetic of the game is a reason to keep playing for you as a player, then Evil Genius 2 will probably land because I think it's funny, and I think the aesthetic is spot on, and I think it's well polished and put together. And it's just like the way the mechanics aligned with that didn't land for me. So yeah, it is what it is, I suppose. Moving on, we have My Brother Rabbit, which I played after Catherine, and boy, is that a tonal shift. My Brother Rabbit was good. I think it was intended for a younger audience. But it was fun to play through anyway. And, you know, sometimes I appreciate having a puzzle game that I can just blow through and experience all of relatively quickly. I definitely appreciate that this was a 3-hour game instead of a 10-hour game. Or a 60-hour game. Or however much else it could have been. I kind of want to make comparisons between My Brother Rabbit and Cosmic Osmo. But, like, I think many of those comparisons are just in my head. Like, I don't think they're completely valid. I think My Brother Rabbit had some cool toys. But it is not in itself a toy. It is definitely a game. And I think it is a good game. It's not a challenging game. But, you know, you don't always need challenge in your games. Like, I think one thing that stood out for me is, for whatever reason, My Brother Rabbit is tagged on Twitch as a hidden picture game, in addition to whatever else it's doing. And I think that is actually a fair comparison. If you're thinking of it as a find the thing on the screen kind of game, with a relatively neat aesthetic, and also some puzzles, and a story that is told in a decent way, then, like, I think that's a good perspective to look at it. And I think it is a solid game, a good game, within those confines. You can't compare it to the other things that I've played, though, right? Like, you just cannot compare My Brother Rabbit to Maquette, or to Quantum Conundrum. They're just such different beasts. Like, they're doing entirely different things. I think I will put that here. I think it is a good game. I don't think I can reasonably recommend it to the average person I talk to. Like, I don't think it's the kind of game that I'm going to go out of my way to be like, oh, you need to play My Brother Rabbit. But I think if somebody is looking for the kind of game that My Brother Rabbit is, then I think it is an excellent example of that kind of game. And it probably is something that I'd recommend for, like, younger people who are looking for a puzzle game that they can enjoy. Whatever younger means. Younger is going to be kind of relative, right? Like, whether younger means 8 or younger means 13 is kind of dependent on where they are in their journey and what kinds of games they're playing. But I do think it is a very solid example of a type of game that I am unlikely to play that often and probably not going to recommend to most people. It's good, it's just in this niche. So yeah, that's where I'm landing on My Brother Rabbit. So after that, Deedlit in Wonder Labyrinth. Ladies and gentlemen, how do we feel about Deedlit? My god. Deedlit was very interesting to me. The movement in Deedlit was a little clunky, which I feel like in a world where Symphony of the Night was where most of the keys to the locks were literal keys. Yeah, right. I feel like in a world where Symphony of the Night is now, what, like a decade and a half old? How old is it? When did Symphony of the Night come out? Actually, Symphony of the Night. I'm looking for a release date. 1997. Over 2 decades old now. In a world where Symphony of the Night is over 2 decades old, there's not a lot of excuse for movement in a Metroidvania to feel clunky. Unless you are going for that deliberately, like La Mulana was. Which, to be fair, I don't think excuses La Mulana. I think Soden turns 25 this year. It's true. It's true. I wonder if there's going to be like a Bloodstained DLC or content expansion timed with the anniversary of the Symphony of the Night. That feels like a thing that he would do, doesn't it? That feels like a thing that Ego would do. I hope so. I want there to be more Bloodstained. Bloodstained's fantastic. I really appreciate what they did with that game. So, yeah, like a lot of my comparisons for Deedlit are going to be compared to other modern Metroidvanias, or even classic Metroidvanias that just hit on all cylinders. So Deedlit has a lot of competition to stack itself up against. And I think Deedlit did some unique things, and the things that you did uniquely are pretty cool. But at the same time, the engine is like a little broken. There were a lot of skips, and at the same time, the skips didn't really help because of the ways all the keys worked and stuff. Like, it was pretty linear in terms of, like, you have to go through this section before you can get to the next section. And being able to skip a boss doesn't actually help you skip an area, which I thought was an interesting take. Like, maybe they knew. In fact, I suspect they did know that their mechanics were, you know, just that little bit broken, and that even casual players would probably figure out ways to skip content. So to have, like, stuff gated by specific boss kills, I feel like is not... I don't know, in the modern era of speedruns and stuff, I want stuff to be more open, right? I want you to be able to skip stuff and not need to go back in order to do it, you know? I want stuff to work without needing to set, like, a cutscene flag or whatever. And this game definitely didn't let you do that. Yeah, it's interesting to think about the things that Deedlit did right versus the things that were maybe a little off-putting, or the things that, like, kind of didn't land or felt clunky or whatever. How do I feel about this? Probably here. I think it could have been fantastic, and it looked fantastic. The aesthetic on it is top-notch, absolutely top-of-the-line art, and, like, the way the graphics came together and that kind of, and the aesthetic of it was super good, absolutely super good. And it was a fun game. Like, I enjoyed playing through it for sure. But I also think that enough of it felt generic, in addition to some of the movement feeling a little clunky or whatever, that it's, like, not a top recommendation for me. Definitely a game I enjoyed, but not, like, not a 10, not even an 8. Hard to say what actual number I would give it. Seven? Does Deedlit get a 7 out of 10? Something like that. 6.5? I think it is better than average. I think it is a better than average game, but maybe not by much. I think that's where I land on Deedlit and Wonder Labyrinth. Alright, Monsters Expedition is next, but before that happens, I'm going to take a quick break. I'm going to go refill water. I am running out of tissues, so I'm going to go get more tissues, and I will be back in a bit. Thank you folks for hanging out. I hope you're enjoying yourself. I'm having a good time here. I'm definitely into this. There's plenty more to go through, so, you know, strap yourselves in. There is yet more. We're just starting in April, right? We're through April now, so we're a third of the way through. After about an hour and a half. So yeah, this will probably take about the full stream. Maybe a little bit less, maybe a little bit more. Probably a little bit less. We might have like an hour left at the end. Maybe we'll do some CSD or something. Anyway, all that is irrelevant to the fact that I need to go refill my water, go to the bathroom, and get some tissues. So I'll be back in a bit. All right, thank you for your patience, folks. I am back. I have returned, ready to keep this going. Ready to continue. So where are we at? Deedlit? Moving on from Deedlit, middle of April. On to Monsters Expedition. My god, this game was good. Whew. I really enjoyed Monsters Expedition. There's still more to it. This is also a game that we could conceivably go back to, and it's kind of been crowded off of the schedule by other games that, maybe not necessarily better games, but games that are more exciting at the time. And just a game that I haven't gone back to. Okay, this is also going on the revisit list. Monsters Expedition. Yeah, just what a fantastic puzzle game. This had a lot of the same feel as Steven's Sausage Roll to me. Which, a game I was absolutely fantastic. May have been at the beathead against Tree Point. Well, there was also, like, some new puzzles that got added at one point, and I don't think that all of those, like, the easy ones were all exhausted. But I do think a lot of what's left was, like, hunting for snowmen and, figuring out how to get to, like, weird esoteric places. There is more puzzle, but at what cost? Maybe. You might be right. You might be right. I mean, that's the kind of thing that I also appreciate, right? Like, the stars in Talos Principle, I really, really loved. I think that's what made the game for me, even more than the regular puzzles, was the fact that meta puzzles existed. Of course, in a game like this, meta puzzle could span just ridiculous amounts of territory. And that's, you know, that's a difficulty all its own. How's it going, Mario-chan? Yep, we are just chatting. We are chatting about video games. Yeah, I enjoyed the meta puzzles in Monsters Expedition too, all the snowman puzzles. That said, it definitely got to the point where it was a lot of time spent trying things and rewinding, and then trying the same things and then rewinding again, and wondering why you still want to try the same things when there are, in theory, other things to try. You're more freezing? Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. Yeah, it's kind of cold. Fortunately, we have heat. Heat is good. But that said, Monsters Expedition was fantastic, the same way that Steven's Sausage Roll was fantastic. Maybe not something I would recommend for everybody, but if you like puzzle games, Monsters Expedition was a fantastic puzzle game. And it was so well written, too! Like, all of the various exhibitions in the Monster Museum, like, all of the human artifacts and the descriptions of those, like, that was so much fun. It was so delightful to get through a difficult puzzle and be rewarded with, like, an explanation of what monsters think about lawn chairs or whatever the heck, like popcorn in movie theaters. Like, it was so good. Oh, Monster Expedition is such a good game. Monster Expedition is fantastic. Better than Noita? More my kind of game than Noita. Slug printers, right? Right? The slug technology? Like, what was going on there? Definitely, at least here. Do I think it's better than Noita? This is difficult, because I think Noita has more replayability, right? Noita has potentially more that you can do within the game. For a curated experience, I think the amount of game time that you get out of Monsters Expedition is ridiculous. There's a lot of game in that game, and that's fantastic. It's not as, like, extensible as Noita is, but it's still a fantastic... It's, like, also, like, they're just completely two different types of games. You know, it's really hard to compare a pure, like, block-pushing puzzle game to the ridiculous amount of interactive mechanics and you know, side-scrolling action and roguelike potential of a game like Noita. I think for me, I liked Monsters Expedition more. But again, it's hard to compare. I definitely sunk more time into Noita. But I think that's also a, I think that may be in part due to how much, like, how well the Noita streams went. Don't quite want to separate games into genres. Yeah, that's a little hard to do. Also, like, I don't think I'll have enough games to warrant separating all the afternoon games into their own genre list, which is probably what I'd have to do, is, you know, have afternoon puzzle games, afternoon sim games, afternoon roguelikes, and then afternoon deck builders, and have all of those be their own separate categories. I have noticed that all of the sim games are nearer to the bottom of the list for whatever reason. But yeah, I think I enjoyed Monsters Expedition more than Noita, which is, at the end of the day, the only real comparison that I can make between the two. Absolutely fantastic game. I will 100% recommend Monsters Expedition to anybody who enjoys puzzle games. With no qualms. I think it is actually reasonable to put Monsters Expedition on par with Steven's Sausage Roll, which is also a game that I will 100% recommend to anybody who enjoys puzzle games with no qualms. Zero regrets about Sausage Roll, and zero compunctions about telling people to play it. And here we are. We remember Torin, right? What a goddamn fiasco. What a miserable excuse for a game. What a terrible experience. Through and through. Every step of the way, Torin made me regret trying to play it. I don't even know that there's anything in Torin that I can say, this was a thing that is a reason to play the game. I suspect most of the art was like default assets or like purchased. Maybe that's uncharitable. The art was okay, the modeling. I think Catherine is actually a decent game, Cryptomancer. It's very not for me, but I think the mechanics of it are solid enough that I can put it as not crap. And like I respect the other people that enjoyed it. I don't know what they got out of it. I know some of what they got out of it. Yo, Glittermancer. You loved seeing me hate Torin. All right. I think it was an interesting stream, for sure. I will grant you that. But yeah, Torin was god-awful. Maybe there's a gameplay-only mod for it. That's the thing, is like, I kind of talked about, I have more than one person in, not my direct friend circle, but like 2 or 3 steps removed, that participated in competitive 2-player Catherine. Because, like, I think the gameplay parts of it are solid. If you strip out the aesthetic and the storyline, Catherine is a good game. And I think there's some people for whom the aesthetic lands in a way that it didn't for me. And we are talking about Torin. It's complete garbage. And now we're back on talking about Catherine, because Cryptomancer was surprised that Catherine was on this list and not on this one. I mean, I agree with you, Cryptomancer, but that's not... I think that's not how it landed for everybody. And I do respect that for all that I'm finding the story heinous and the aesthetic off-putting, there are people for whom the aesthetic will land, and for whom the story is at least well told, if not enjoyable. And yeah, that's all I got. I'm not going to recommend Catherine to literally anybody, but I don't think it's crap. And if people tell me they enjoyed Catherine, I'm going to give them looks, but like, not severe looks, you know? But anyway, yeah, Torin, complete garbage. Nothing in the game to recommend it. Not a single thing. I don't remember any of the music. I think even the music was grating. The game was buggy. The storyline was nonsensical. The mechanics were off-putting. The movement was clunky. The puzzles were complete garbage. I don't have anything positive to say about Torin. Literally nothing. I couldn't finish it because of the game-breaking bug. That's true. That's true. Yeah, totally fine to just remove 3/3 of it. I like that. That's good. That's good.
What?
Yup, Torin couldn't even do Jerkbird well. Right? That's a staple of the genre, and they couldn't even pull that off. Thank you for the bit, Senna. So, yeah. Nothing good to say about Torin. You gotta get your bit alert right, Senna. After Torin was Adventures of Pip. Adventures of Pip I had almost completely forgotten about. This game was fun. This was good. You fat finger the cheer. Yeah, I really liked it too. I think it was... It's interesting because it's like... It's definitely a Metroidvania, but the feel that I got from it was sort of more like the level-based speedrunny platforming games. Like, I feel like Pip has more in common with Super Meat Boy than it does with, you know, modern Metroidvanias or, even like old school platformers, which it was kind of aping in a couple of ways, right? That said, it was good. Like, it was sufficiently whimsical. I think the writing was good. I think the gameplay was a lot of fun. And it had some really cool ideas for mechanics and stuff. I thought it came together really well. Now that I compare to the list of games I'm comparing it to, though. Commander Keen shareware era platformer. I think that's where it was drawing a lot of its aesthetics from. And a lot of its inspirations. But, you know, kind of the modern take on shareware platformers is, I think, more in line with games like Super Meat Boy. And, you know, sort of the modern, like, level-based precision platformers, right? So that's where I think Adventure of Pip kind of landed for me, is in that kind of headspace. That said, while it was good, it wasn't standout, right? Like, I'm not going to go to anyone and be like, oh, you have to play Adventures of Pip. But if somebody asks me if Adventures of Pip, I would say, like, if Adventures of Pip was good, I'd be like, yeah, it's good. It's not a thing I would ever think to recommend, is where I land on it. But, like, I'm not going to anti-recommend it. It's a burger, you know exactly what you're getting. Yeah, kinda. I think it fits into, it's not like a genre game, per se, but it's like, yeah, if you're like, hey, I just want to play some platformer. I want to sink like 10 hours into a platformer. And it's like, all right, yeah, go play Adventures of Pip. You will enjoy it. Fine. It's a fine, perfectly cromulent game. Now I'm looking at this list, and I think Crogula's cromulent. It's a Simpsons reference. I'm looking at this list, And I want to slot Adventures of Pip above Quantum Conundrum, but below Majora's Mask. So I think I will do that. Thought it had some fun subversion of typical tropes. Yeah, sure. It didn't feel generic. It felt like a good example of the kind of game that it is. But I didn't think it stood out in any particular way. Like, even thinking back on it, I can't really think of anything that's like, oh, this part was really cool. There were some really cool parts, but it just kind of doesn't stand out for me. But yeah, it was a good game. Alright, where are we here? Whoa, Disco Elysium. Disco Elysium. Next game on the list. Here we go. Speaking of long games, how long was Disco Elysium? 9. I gotta go into the next tab in order to see how long Disco Elysium was. 12 streams. We did 12 streams of Disco Elysium. Kuno has opinions. Kuno does have opinions. How many hours did I put into Disco Elysium? Almost 60 hours. Oh yeah, there's a new update for it too. There's new content and new achievements and stuff. New stuff to put in your thought cabinet. I'm not playing it again. But there is new stuff if you want to play it again. God, what a game. There was so much going on in Disco Elysium. I think Disco Elysium is a standout game. For all that it is very much within a particular genre, right? It is a walking simulator. In many ways, it is more than that, I guess, is how I want to put it. Like, I think it has an impact beyond the kind of game that it is, in terms of the way it was telling a story and the way it involved you in the protagonist's life. It was... Man, Disco Elysium is such a fantastic game. Combat conversation RPG. Well, that's a hell of a way to look at it. Yeah, Disco Elysium, very good game. I think I'd probably call it better than Manifold Gardens. This is, again, like a really difficult comparison to make. But Disco Elysium just had so much polish and love poured into it. Like, it's very clear how much effort went into making Disco Elysium the kind of game that it is. I have a dialogue option. I'm going to click it to an extreme. Yeah, sometimes. But also, like, you absolutely got clear benefits to role-playing. Which is the interesting thing, right? Like, the more you did something, the game rewarded you for being a consistent kind of character and answering in consistent ways, which I think very few games do. They let you do whatever you want. You can just click a button and see what people say, and it's like, oh, cool. What if I went back and clicked a different button? What would they say then? Like getting Paragon dialogue options in Mass Effect? Yeah, kinda, actually. Kinda like that. But it's so much more than just, are you good or are you bad? And in Mass Effect, it's really, really obvious. It's like, I am a good person. I'm going to do the good person thing. Or I am a bad person, I am going to do the bad person thing. And get rewarded with more abilities to do good person things. Or more abilities to do bad person things. And with Disco Elysium, it's so all over. You can go in so many directions. You know, with all the communist stuff, and all the various aspects of the politics, and like all the business with the whatever it was called, the stuff, the void stuff. I don't remember what it was called anymore. Yeah, the sorry cop, right? Like there's just so many things that it rewards you for doing. I'm using reward a little loosely here, right? Gives you a result for doing. Whether or not that is a positive result or a negative result. And that's just so impressive to me. That the kind of character you are affects so much of the game in that way. Leans into, sure. Yeah, like whatever you're doing, the game leans into it. Again, whether that's positive or negative is... in terms of gameplay, positive or negative. I think it's absolutely a positive the game does it. But whether the results are positive or negative, the game leans into those results, which I think is really, really cool. Yeah, just utterly fantastic game through and through. It's such an experience. Absolutely worth experiencing at least once. I'm really, really glad that it didn't just slip by me, that somebody decided to gift it to me. Because I think otherwise it might have. Otherwise we might never have touched it. And I'm really, really, really glad that I got the chance to play it. I'm very happy with it. Sean's going to play it sometime this year. Good. Highly recommend. Absolutely recommend everybody play it at least once. Anybody who thinks that they are a gamer and is not turned off by dialogue options should play Disco Elysium. I think it's that good. Like, it's probably along the same lines of, like, I would recommend Undertale to anybody who plays games, which is not to say that anybody who plays games will enjoy Undertale, but I think it hits so much more often than it misses that it's worth recommending to almost everybody. And I think the same thing holds true for Disco Elysium. I think anybody can find something that they'll enjoy in the game. And I think it's good enough that I can recommend it to everybody. And if it misses, that's going to be rare enough that it's worth it still. Worth recommending. It's on your list as well? Excellent. Yeah, I'm sure that happens for some of these games, right? People just don't end up on my stream because they intend to play the game on their own. This is actually one of the reasons that I tend to hold off on playing new games and try to play it like a month or 2 months after release, so that people have the chance to have played it already, and then they can they don't need to skip my stream because I'm playing it. Yeah, fantastic game, Disco Elysium. Fantastic game. So what's interesting in terms of where I'm putting Disco Elysium here on the list is I think I can objectively say that Disco Elysium is a better game than Manifold Garden. But I think if Manifold Garden were of approximate length to Disco Elysium, I would say that I enjoyed Manifold Garden more. Which is not to say that I think it's a better game, but purely on like my own personal subjective level. And sometimes some games I am ranking in that way, just purely subjectively, did I enjoy it more or not? In this case, I think I can just categorically say Disco Elysium is a fantastic game. And Manifold Garden is a fantastic game, but not as good as Disco Elysium. Even though there's no real way to compare the two. Because they're just such different kinds of games. Alright. What else was new here? Spiritfarer. Yo, y'all remember Spiritfarer? Spiritfarer, I think, is very interesting because it has a story that it's telling, and yet they keep adding content to the game, and it's unclear whether that content furthers the story in a particular way, or whether it's just adjacent to the story and is more things to do in the game. Ever watched the Zero Punctuation video for Disco Elysium? No, I haven't. Is it good? It's probably good. I'm sure the dude had a lot to say. That sounds pretty typical. But yeah, Spiritfarer. What a fantastic game. I enjoyed Spiritfarer so much. Spiritfarer is very interesting because it is two different things, right? Like, you know, I've talked a bit about indie games being vehicles for stories. And I think Spiritfarer is about telling this story more than it's about the game mechanics. That said, the story and the game mechanics interleave in such a way that is so satisfying. There was a lot of Spiritfarer. There is still more Spiritfarer. Since I've stopped playing it, they've added 2 more characters. And I know that, like, when I picked up Spiritfarer, it was after they had, you know, post-release added 3 or 4 characters also. I don't know if they're done adding to Spiritfarer. They might not be. There might yet be reason, if you're thinking about playing Spiritfarer, I absolutely recommend playing Spiritfarer, but maybe hold off and see whether or not they're done adding content. Because it's not the kind of game that's easy to go back to in order to pursue separate characters. Because then you're kind of just going after that specific character instead of seeing what that character has to offer as a course of playing the game. And I think that's a fundamentally different experience. I think that's a harder experience to recommend. Like, I'm not planning on going back to Spiritfarer now that I feel like I'm done with the major story and done with all of the mechanical stuff. Even though there are new characters added, and I think it would have been cool to experience what those characters' stories were. It's hard to it's hard to feel good about trying to pick it back up again solely for that purpose. Maybe watch people play it, maybe watch VODs. I don't know, Spiritfarer is a really interesting stream game, because there are a lot of parts of it that move really slow, and are kind of just like, alright, well, I guess we're off doing this thing. Or maybe that's just my experience of it as a stream game. But, I mean, you could definitely play it in a more streamlined way if you really wanted to. But I don't know people that will. I don't know anybody that will. And thinking about kind of what I got out of it, I don't know how much I would want to sit through somebody else's playthrough of it. Like, there's definitely some things where, like, it would be cool to see kind of what they did and how they did it and what their approach was and what their take was. But there's also a lot of the game that it's, like, going to be the same for everybody and isn't going to hit anybody in a particularly different way. Because a lot of the game is resource gathering. And that part feels samey. And, you know, when you're going through it and exploring, it's kind of cool. Like, oh, this is a new area. Maybe I can find some stuff. Maybe I can find some, like, blueprints or something. And then, you know, also, like, I need to pick up some iron while I'm here. But, that's not really something that I feel like I get value out of watching somebody else go through. And that is a large part of the game. I mean, that said, I think Spiritfarer was a fantastic experience. I think it was a lot of fun to play through. I think it was put together really well. And I would absolutely recommend it to anybody who wants that kind of gameplay. This feels kind of an appropriate place for it on the list. I think it was really good, but I don't think it's a game that I necessarily want to engage with again. Even if there is more stuff in it. Yeah, I ended up playing it as an afternoon game. I think if I were to stick it in as an evening game, which maybe is more fitting, like, same thing with SteamWorld Quest, right? This feels like it should have been an evening game, not an afternoon game. But that's just where it ended up because of how I had time to play it and my initial impressions of what the gameplay was going to be like. So, to be fair, I think Spiritfarer was actually a story-heavy afternoon game, more than it was an evening game. Just because of the way the mechanics played out. With all of the resource gathering focus of the game, and the way that upgrades worked and stuff like that. Like, I think it does fit in the afternoon slot. It's weird for me to play games in the afternoon slot that have a distinct ending point. But that aside, I think Spiritfarer fit. If I were going to put it in an evening slot, probably between Maquette and Manifold Garden. Like, I think it's a very good game. If I were to think of it as sort of the story-driven game and what that experience would look like compared to the other games I played. Yeah. Yeah, that's the thing, right, Hamu? Is Spiritfarer is billed as a cozy management sim about death. Which, without knowing anything else about the game, kind of makes me feel like it belongs in the afternoon slot. So that's where I ended up playing it. As a general rule, that is my dividing line, although the longer form puzzle games end up being in afternoon games instead of evening. Just because of the fact that generally those are sort of more focused on the puzzle aspects, and the story aspects are light if they're there at all. And, you know, I feel like that story content needs to be there for my evening stream games to be the kind of engaging I'm looking for. But yeah, if I were to slot Spiritfarer comparing against the evening games, it would probably be between Maquette and Manifold Garden. I think Talos Principle fits as an evening game. I think Witness does not. Witness is like riding the line. It's very close. But like Monsters Expedition and Sausage Roll, I think are better slotted as afternoon games than evening games. Even thinking about them in retrospect. I think Talos Principle has enough content in it that is not pure puzzles that it fits as an evening slot game. Whereas Witness is... Yeah, Witness I think can go either way. Completely setting aside jokes about Witness and lines. I think Witness does ride the line there. And that is the first half of the year. We're halfway done, boys and girls. Pretty good progress. It was unintended. yeah. No worries. It's alright. It's not your job to make jokes. It is my job. I forgot that I streamed WoW. I was very excited about the Burning Crusade launch. I did. I streamed doing some dungeons with people. This was part of the Burning Crusade Classic launch. I was desperate to get my character to 70 as fast as possible. I took one day off streaming, and I took another day and streamed the dungeons that we were going through, since I had basically a preformed comp for dungeons. We all just leveled together in dungeons all the way up. You have not logged into Classic since BC launched. Fair. Not unreasonable. I think whether or not you play BC is entirely up to you. And I am not going to judge you one way or the other. Fascinating to try and stream it, though. Especially since, like, I was on voice with the other people that I was playing with. So it's very different from my usual streams, I think. Not something that I am planning on doing again anytime soon. No nostalgia left in your cup. Fair enough. Fair enough. So I'm okay with just ignoring this stream completely. I don't think there needs to be any mention on this list of Burning Crusade. I think we're good. So where did we go after Disco Elysium? Secret of Monkey Island. Wow. WoW Classic. End of list. Yeah, there's not going to be a lot of MMO content here. Oh yeah, Cross the Obelisk. That's true. Okay. Cross the Obelisk was pretty good. I've actually ended up recommending Across the Obelisk to my friends as a multiplayer game, which I think has worked out pretty well for them. They've been doing, like, 4 people getting together and playing multiplayer Across the Obelisk, which is something that I'd like to do at some point, I think. Try it out, multiplayer, and see how different that experience is, given that you are concentrating more on one character or 2 characters than on needing to get the whole team set up in a specific way. So that's a thing that I'd like to do at some point, I think. But yeah, I really liked Across the Obelisk. Despite my complaints about it, I did end up really liking it. And boy, did I have some complaints about Across the Obelisk. Let's be real. I think as you got deeper into it, a lot of the stuff that I was complaining about sort of disappeared. Or became less relevant. Like, some of the problems I had were, like, the way that money carries over and the way that it incentivizes you to do specific things during your run because of the effects it'll have on meta progression, or the effects that it'll have specifically on your next run. That kind of bugs me. There's a lot of meta progression in ATO's meta progression. And that's, like, good for some, bad for others. Like, I am no stranger to the grind, but ATO feels real grindy. One thing I didn't get from Across the Obelisk that I've gotten from other games that are kind of in that situation is the feel of, like, when do I actually get to play the game? There is a case to be made that until you get to, you know, higher levels of madness and have all the cards unlocked and everything, that you're not really playing the game the devs intended to be played. And I think that is true for games like Slay the Spire and Monster Train, and I think it ends up being less true for Across the Obelisk, for whatever reason. I think a lot of the point of Across the Obelisk is the exploration and the discovery and the meta progression. Kind of the same way that the point of Rogue Legacy is the meta progression. Like, I'm not entirely sure that there is an end goal for, you know, a end game state for Across the Obelisk that is the ideal game state in which to play the game. That said, I kind of like a little bit more purity in my roguelikes. So some of what Across the Obelisk was offering was a little bit off-putting. I remember making this this complaint about Across the Obelisk at the end of every single Across the Obelisk stream, of which there were several, because I did still enjoy the game, and I did still want to play more of it. But yeah, I think those complaints still hold true. I think Across the Obelisk is a solid game. I still think that its approach to the genre doesn't quite sit well with me. So on a personal level, I think I'm going to slot it here. But I think for some people, it would go higher. I think it moves up on the list if you're approaching the genre differently, or if what you're getting out of the meta progression is different. And also, like, there's definitely people for whom meta progression is solidly in the negative category. The fact that meta progression exists means the game is worse. And for them, Across the Obelisk is going to feel a lot worse. It's interesting because, like, if I'm looking at it from the perspective of, like, card unlocks and the way that that varies the games, especially in terms of and character unlocks, the way that that varies the games in terms of how you can have your initial setup and the kinds of things that you can find over the course of the game, I think that's actually pretty cool. That kind of discovery and expansion of the game. Where I get really annoyed with the meta progression is the town track and the way the crates work towards just making things easier, cheaper, and then it also has some content unlocks in the town track as well, right? Like, the game is fundamentally different when you have the pet shop, or when you have the extra vendor outside town, or when you have epic cards unlocked as purchasable in the first or second town. Like, that changes on a qualitative level, not just a quantitative level, what the gameplay is like and how hard the game is, how hard or easy the game is. But then separate from that, there's also all of the quantitative stuff, like, oh, now removing cards from your deck is 50% cheaper. Now removing curses from your deck is free. And it's like, you know, you only get this bonus after having gone through and added, like, 5 full runs worth of crates to your town. And it's like, this is the kind of meta progression that I don't like. So that's an interesting comparison, because there's definitely, like, progression in the game, unlocks and stuff that expands the game that I think is done in a fairly decent way. But yeah, my god, actually getting unlocks in ATO is grindy. Trying to move to the different parts of the game, so grindy. I think that's part of what puts it a little bit lower on the list for me. If that grind didn't feel mandatory in order to be able to play the game, if you could reasonably play the game, I don't know. I don't really know where I'm going with this. I guess it doesn't feel like you're playing the game until you've done some of those unlocks. I guess this feeds back to my earlier point about at what point are you playing the game that the devs intended you to be able to play. And for ATO, it's a little bit split. Like, it feels like the grind is part of the intent, in addition to an end state with all of the content unlocked and being able to make whatever choices, which is kind of the state they have to balance around. So it's weird. Anyway, enough railing about Across the Obelisk and its design decisions. Alright, yeah, go crash, Senna. Thanks for dropping by. So Secret of Monkey Island is next. Enjoy the rest of it and see you later. Yeah, absolutely. Glad I enjoyed it, even having griped at every end of the stream. Yep, that's where I stand on it, is I enjoyed it. I think it's a good game, and I have lots and lots of gripes about it. And I'm absolutely able to tell you about all of my gripes about it. And I still think it's enjoyable. Still think it's a pretty good game. So, after Disco Elysium comes Secret of Monkey Island. Which is like... kind of the same genre, right? Point and click adventure versus Disco Elysium, and they couldn't be more different. They couldn't be more different games. Kind of wild to try and play such an older game like Monkey Island, hot on the heels of playing Disco Elysium. How do I put Secret of Monkey Island on this list? Secret of Monkey Island's a good game, by anybody's standard. The writing is fantastic. The humor is excellent. The puzzles are obtuse, but in that way that people have now come to expect of the genre. Like, it feels appropriate. Even though this is, again, like one of those trope-setting games, like, the reason the genre is like that is because Secret of Monkey Island is like that in many ways. So it's a little hard to separate from what I think of the tropes versus what I think of this game. Games you really like and clearly play a lot but have so many strong critiques about. Yeah, absolutely. There are many other Sierra games that set those precedents. True. It's not the only game that did the things that it's doing that LucasArts made. But it absolutely is one of the trendsetters. I guess Sierra did like the King's Quest and Police Quest and all those series of games, which was sort of the other brand for point-and-click adventures. I think you're right. I think it's probably a mix of both. There's definitely games that pull more from one, and games that pull more from the other. But both were really important in terms of shaping the genre. I never played a Police Quest game. I played a couple of Space Quest games. I feel like I played pieces of some of the Space Quest games, maybe? I'm not sure if I played any of the Space Quest games in their entirety. But I remember doing, like, bits and pieces of, like, Space Quest 4 or something like that. That seems like a game. That it feels like there's a Space Quest game that I should probably play on stream. But I don't know which one. I'm pretty confident I don't intend to play any of the King's Quest games on stream. Sierra in those days were the point-and-click of its era. I think Sierra and LucasArts both had similar impact on the genre. Nobody has finished Space Quest 3. That sounds like a joke I don't get. Why doesn't it exist? Was it terrible, or it literally doesn't exist? Like, they never made a 3. They skipped a 4 because it was funny? Rapid decompression sucks. Yeah, that sounds like a thing, for sure. They did weird time travel stuff. They absolutely did weird time travel stuff. You traveled between the different games? Really? That's actually really cool. I like that idea. They've eventually got a new game coming. I mean, they always do. In this day and age, absolutely. I am expecting every single franchise that was ever popular to get a remaster or a new edition or, you know, whatever. Like, anything. Anything that anybody ever liked is almost guaranteed to get a... yeah, like remaster or new edition or spiritual successor or something. It keeps getting delayed. Oh no. Is it Sierra doing it? Or like some of the original devs involved with it? Or what's the deal with that? Anyway, I gotta figure out where Secret of Monkey Island goes on this list. It feels like it should go pretty high up there. But I don't know if that's the nostalgia talking. I think it goes here. The original guys, but not Sierra. Okay. So, divorced from the corporate BS. Do they have the rights for it? What is this jump here? Why is this spacing so weird? G-Docs, why? Yeah, I'm just unhappy about it. Maybe I can fix it? Oh, but that's moving the 10. I don't want to move the 10. Did that help? Feels like it didn't change anything, did it? Oh my god, it's moving it back to the... Never mind. I don't care anymore. I'm done. I don't care. I care, but I don't care enough to fix it. I do care, I'm just frustrated. Anyway. Secret of Monkey Island. I think some weight has to be put into how important a game Secret of Monkey Island is. Which is separate from how good a game Secret of Monkey Island is. Which is kind of why I'm putting it as high as I am. Why you prefer to have others wage war with the word processors? Fair enough. Like, I think Secret of Monkey Island is a good game. But I also think that it has importance to gaming and to the genre that's separate from just how good of a game it is. I think Majora's Mask does too, now that I think about it. It's probably why I'm reluctant to put Majora's Mask lower. I think if I was able to separate that out of my head, separate the amount of veneration that Majora's Mask has received, just by virtue of being a Zelda game of its era, I'd probably rank it a bit lower. It was difficult to play in some parts. Anyway, moving on. Secret of Monkey Island. Lost Tribe 2, after my first Lost Tribe died. Some kind of compound scoring of objective, subjective, value to games overall would be overkill. It would be overkill. I'm just going to accept that my system is not at all comprehensive and lacks nuance, and that's fine. That's just going to be how it is. Rank all the games. Dark Twinge has done that. Dark Twinge has numerical ratings for every game he's ever played on stream, plus a bunch of older games. I don't have the link offhand, But yeah, he's got that for video games. He's got that for board games. I don't know if he's got that for other media. And that sounds like the kind of thing that I would love to have, but don't want to put the effort into making. So I think you're just never going to have my comprehensive list. This is the closest you're gonna get, I'm afraid. So next on the list is Yes, Your Grace. This game was cool. This game was very cool. I kind of wanted it to have, more replayability. For me, it didn't. I could see it having replayability for some people. But for me, I didn't have a lot of incentives to go through it again. And I kind of wanted it to have more of those incentives. I wanted it to feel more like my decisions took you off into separate branches. Or like there were kind of more tactical decisions to make over the course of the game. Like, remember Long Live the Queen? Long Live the Queen is the thing that I'm going to be comparing Yes, Your Grace to, I think, on the whole. Because it feels like they're in very similar categories. But maybe just because I never lost Yes, Your Grace. But I feel like it didn't give you as much incentive to start up again and see what you can change and what you can do differently. Whereas Long Live the Queen had a lot of that incentive. It felt like things branched out a lot more. Like you could go in a lot more different directions. That your choices mattered in a way that they didn't really in Yes, Your Grace. In fact, I think that's the thing that bugged me the most about it, is I thought the story was compelling. I was completely okay with the vehicle that they were using to tell the story. And it felt like some of your decisions just didn't matter. And they were decisions that felt like they should have mattered. I think that's my biggest complaint about the game. And probably the thing that stopped me from trying to do more with it than we already did. Ugh. That said, it was a pretty good game. I think it's not as good as Long Live the Queen. But it's also doing different things, and it's telling a different story. Hey, Kellerman, how's it going? Twitch gives you the same, Addy. I'm so sorry. If there was anything I could do to prevent it, I would. The value I get from ads running on my stream is slim to none. If I could prevent it from doing that, I would. I don't have that choice, unfortunately. I can recommend ad blockers. That's about all I can do. You appreciate the sentiment? Well, all I have for you right now is sentiment, I'm afraid. So yeah, I think Yes, Your Grace was okay. I'm not even sure whether it crosses the line into good. Do I think Yes, Your Grace was good? I think it was enjoyable. I think I don't think it was good. You're done? Okay, welcome back. You can rail about ad block, I don't mind. I think it goes pretty low on the list, because overall, the games that I've played this year have been good. Except for, you know, the games that were complete garbage. Like, I think that the competition in terms of games I've played this year is steep enough that for a game to be okay, ranks it pretty low. And that's kind of where I land on Yes, Your Grace. I think it was okay. You do need to play Disco Elysium. Everybody needs to play Disco Elysium. 100% of people need to play Disco Elysium. And I would say if you have not, if you have played Disco Elysium, but have not played Final Cut, you probably need to play Final Cut. I think the voice acting really helps the game a lot. And I cannot imagine trying to... Like, it would be such a different experience to have played through that game without voice acting. But yeah, we've done some talking about Disco Elysium. I have a lot of good things to say about Disco Elysium. A lot of praise for that game. Anyway, here we are. Yes, Your Grace. Into 7 is July. Into July now. What is this from July 5th to July 20th? Oh, this is just me not making highlights for forever. Like, me having played a bunch of games, then not having gone back and highlighted it because, mental energy required. Anyway. So, from Yes, Your Grace, moving on up. Next is What Remains of Edith Finch. Okay, that was really good. 10 hours into Yakuza 0. Okay. Don't want to try and face roll through 0 through 5. I've actually never played a Yakuza game, but I've heard good things about it. What Remains of Edith Finch? This was actually a fantastic game. Very, very good. I don't know that I have anything negative to say about this game. It's another one of those like indie walking simulators that exists primarily to tell a story. Like, there's not that much in terms of gameplay mechanics. It's mostly walking around and pressing buttons. Like, walking around and clicking on things. Which, you know, I fully respect as a storytelling avenue. Like, I liked Gone Home, kind of the same way. Kind of the same kind of game. But the story that it had to tell was wild. There was a lot going on in What Remains of Edith Finch. I think it was really, really impressive, to be honest. Fantastically well done. Really well put together. The story was compelling. The writing was well done. The mechanics worked very well with the story. And if you are looking for the kind of game that this is, I think it is a fantastic, absolutely fantastic entry into the genre. I actually put it in the same category as Maquette. Like, the game exists primarily to tell the story. Edith Finch has less mechanics than Maquette. Maquette was actually a puzzle game. Edith Finch is not a puzzle game. But I think Edith Finch told the story in a way that was better. Yeah, kinda, Calaman. Manifold Garden was the one that did, like, a lot of gravity manipulation stuff. Less perspective game and more gravity stuff. Maquette might actually be the one that you're thinking of in terms of perspective game. That was the one where things were like big and small, and you can go into the small version and it's a mirror of the big version, and then you move stuff around and it changes in the big version or in the smaller version or whatever. I mean, Superliminal was the game that he was comparing to. So yes, Superliminal is also a perspective game. Superliminal is explicitly a perspective game. I like Superliminal too. Superliminal was good. Parallax? I haven't heard of that one. You were only listening and not reading chat. Yeah, no worries. Yeah, I don't know what Parallax is. But if it's a perspective game, I'm in! I really like perspective as a puzzle mechanic. I have greatly enjoyed the games that did things like that. So yeah, I think What Remains of Edith Finch is a fantastic entry into the genre that it represents, and would rate it very highly, both in general and relative to other similarly beautiful indie games that mostly exist to tell a story. Darksiders Genesis. I will check that out later, Kelvin. Do we remember Darksiders Genesis? This is the one where I was the shooty boy? Annapurna certainly publishes a certain style of game. Absolutely. And, I'm kind of on board with just purchasing any new Annapurna game sight unseen. Yeah, sure. Check it into the suggestions channel. Or the main chat, whichever. Two Guys Space Venture was the name of the spiritual successor to the Space Quest games. Amazing. That's remarkably generic. Impressively generic, I would say. Supposedly coming this year. Capital T, capital Y. Well, I mean, targeting this year gives you a very reasonable excuse for delaying a bit, given the state of the world as it is. But I don't know when it originally was kickstarted, or what other excuses they were giving for their delays. As generic as Space Quest. But yeah, you could get away with generic at that point, because the space hadn't been completely explored. Originally estimated for delivery February 2013. Okay. That's got quite... That's got quite a few delays. That's, you're not wrong. That's a bit delayed. If Silksong comes out before 2025, we'll be thrilled. Yeah, I'm very excited about Silksong. Someday Silksong. Silksong and Tunic are both games that, when they come out, I will drop everything and play them. One of the main voice actors died. Ooh. One of the two devs had severe health problems. Yikes. Yeah, that would indeed cause delays. That makes sense. The original Space Quest games were written by two guys from Andromeda. That's pretty cool. Like, you started talking about Two Guys Space Venture, and I was like, are we talking about Darksiders? I wasn't sure. Everything since 2020 has been a severe health problem. It's true. It's true. An unfortunate situation. Which is why I, given the state of the world today, delays are maybe unavoidable. But, not so for 2013. Delays in 2013, maybe not unavoidable. So yeah, we're on Darksiders Genesis now, which was good? Was okay? I think by this point in the Darksiders series, I have Darksiders fatigue. And, I was amused by nobody being particularly able to engage with Strife. Strife just being a snarky bastard, and people just ignoring him. So that was kind of cool. That was a slight step away from the usual Grimdark. Yeah, this is the one that was more ARPG, I remember. I don't know how I feel about it. I'm not even sure how I felt about it at the time. I think at the time I was kind of going through the motions. Like, it wasn't a bad game. but it didn't really catch me. And I don't think it was doing anything unique enough to warrant calling it good. I don't even think it was doing generic stuff well enough to call it good. I think you could call it a Darksiders game. And maybe that's going to be enough for some people. I think as far as Darksiders games go, it's pretty Darksiders. Like, on a scale of 1 to Darksiders, I think it's Darksiders. But I don't know that I think it's good. Like, about the most unique thing it had going for it was that weird Leviathan's Challenge area at the end, which was a combination of an interesting way to use their ARPG mechanics and complete and utter garbage. Yeah, I don't really know what to say about Darksiders. I think it didn't really stand out for me. I think in terms of, like, polish and attention to detail and consistency, it was probably a better game than Deedlit. Summon horse, always good. It's true, the horses were good. Horses were good. Riding around on the horse was fun. I'm waffling about above or below Deedlit and Wonder Labyrinth. I think that's about where it goes on this list. In terms of comparing it to other games that I have played this year. I think I enjoyed Deedlit more, but I don't know whether that makes Deedlit a better game. And even though they are very different games, I think you can make some comparisons on that level. I think part of that might just be like, it came from a more established studio, which means that, you know, they have the resources to put a little bit more polish into the game and a little bit more, like, effort into some things. But yeah, a lot of Darksiders Genesis just kind of felt generic to me. And I don't think anything it did really stood out enough to warrant, like, recommending it more. I think it's like a deeply average game. Maybe slightly above average, but not by a whole lot. Not like unenjoyable. Like, I don't think it was bad. But there's a lot of games I'm more excited about. I think if you're into Darksiders, like into the into the franchise, it's fine. Probably worth playing. But yeah, I just don't see myself recommending it to people. Which I think is part of how I rate them. Like, who would I recommend this game to? What kind of person would be well served by being told to play this game? And I kind of think that if you want to play Darksiders Genesis, you've already played it. Not much better than other similar games. Yeah, that's kind of where I'm at. Like, it feels like the biggest pull for Darksiders Genesis is that it's a Darksiders game. And if you're into Darksiders games, you should play Darksiders Genesis. Because it's not a bad entry. It's just not, it just doesn't stand out. It just doesn't stand out for me. For reference, if I was going to slip Darksiders 2 in this list, I think it would be either above Quantum Conundrum, like between 7 and 8, or between Quantum Conundrum and Deedlit. So it would either be 8th or 9th. Yeah, I think I agree with that, Kellerman. If you like Darksiders and have nothing else to play, you should play Darksiders Genesis. That sounds about right. Alright, where are we going from Darksiders Genesis? Rimworld Ideology. This was the other new DLC here. Ideology was such a fantastic DLC. It added so much great content. I think I rank it higher than the other DLCs I have played this year up to this point in time. It's not like a new afternoon stream. Lord knows we got countless hours of RimWorld on the table. But Ideology was a great entrance. Get your memes here. There's a lot of RimWorld memes. Absolutely. RimWorld. Yeah, I don't really have that much else to say. I think as far as the ways that Ideology changed RimWorld, it introduced a lot of, not necessarily complexity to the game, but like a lot of additional options and a lot of replayability. Yeah, because Royalty added a couple of new features, but it didn't change the core game much, whereas Ideology drastically changes the ways in which you can play RimWorld. And really, really alters the kinds of approaches that you can have to the game. And I think it is fantastic for that reason. Royalty 4 is more annoying than interesting for you. Interesting. Why annoying? I loved the psychic powers. I'm so glad that psychic powers got added to RimWorld. That feels like a very, very good addition to the game. Well, Ideology literally changes how you play the game. Yeah, that's true. That's true. And I think Ideology is a better DLC than Royalty for sure. But I also think that the things that Royalty added were good. Alright, anyway, RimWorld. After RimWorld, Death's Door! Ah, Death's Door. This goofy little penguin. I loved Death's Door. He's not a penguin, he's a raven or a crow or something. Death's Door was very, very good. I really enjoyed this game. Already played with RimWorld of Magic? Ah, okay. So, I guess if you're comparing it to a separate mod that added some of those abilities, then maybe it's not as... Okay, I get it. Yeah, I played almost exclusively vanilla RimWorld. I didn't add much in the way of mods. There's no content mods anywhere in the game for me. So the DLC had a lot more impact on me than I guess it did on you. Okay, that's fair enough. Tries to replicate the Warhammer 40k cult of the Omnissiah. I feel like the way that the RimWorld ideologies can be focused, like, obviously, you know, there's like the slavers conquest focus cults in RimWorld, but the fact that you can also idolize tech feels like it's deliberately meant to be in line with the way of that some of the Warhammer 40k cults play out. Couldn't resist the cannibalism. Nice. Nutrient paste? Oh, heck yeah. What a premise for an ideology. Hey, nutrient paste can come from a lot of different sources. Maybe it's Soylent Green, maybe it's not. Forsake flesh for tech. Yup, that sounds about right. That's very Warhammer. I would absolutely believe that. Yeah, and the fact that, like, the game supports you in doing that is one of the things that makes ideology such a great addition to RimWorld. Maybe it's Maybelline. I can't believe it's not corpses. So good, you'll swear it's real corpses. Anyway, just look at this little goof. I loved Death's Door. Death's Door was so good. Speaking of, like, action RPGs and Zelda-like games, moving from Darksiders Genesis to Death's Door is, like, such a huge difference. So I did have some complaints about Death's Door initially. Like, going through it at the beginning, it felt overly linear and didn't feel like you had a lot of options in terms of what you were doing and where you could be going. But as the extra mechanics started to unlock, as you got bombs, as you got hookshot, as you got arrows, the game felt like it opened up a lot, gave you a lot more options, gave you many places to go, gave you optional stuff to do, gave you secrets to find, and it took a while to get to that point. It took a surprising amount of time before you could feel like you were actually exploring and finding stuff, as opposed to just following the linear path that it gave you. But once it did that, once it started opening up, the game felt really, really good. I really liked Death's Door. I liked the way that it played out. And I really enjoyed the secret findings and options that it gave you and the places that you could go. And, like, the NPCs were all really cool. Like, I thought the game was written very well. I thought I really enjoyed the way that it built up a certain visual language. The thing that I'm thinking about specifically is the way it approached boss fights. And it had this, like, you know, like a splash screen kind of for every boss as they showed up, where the boss, like, showed up and then did some things. It, like, flashed their name up. And then there was, like, the bit at the end where you fought death, and it was, like, that boss thing, but also, like, reminiscent of the game over screen. And I thought that, like, the way that came together was really cool. And yeah, I really liked the aesthetic of the game, and like, how the game presented itself. I really liked it. I really liked Death's Door. I thought Death's Door was a fantastic game. This actually is really hard to figure out where to slot it in. I think it goes here. And I think that this is a reflection of how much I appreciate different kinds of games and the impact that they have on me. Like, this is more of a reflection of how much I value puzzle games like Manifold Garden, and how much I felt the impact of the story and the writing in Edith Finch, more than it is a reflection of Death's Door being a better or worse game than Edith Finch or Manifold Garden. Death's Door might actually be just flat out a better game with more general appeal and more value than other games on this list that I'm putting it below. But I think on a personal level, I really heavily value the story impact of Edith Finch and the kinds of puzzles that Manifold Garden was giving me. And at the end of the day, Death's Door isn't perfect. Like, there's definitely ways that Death's Door could have presented a better experience. And I would have liked for the game to be a little bit more open and have maybe more stuff to find. Which is not to say that the game is bad in any way. I mean, in some ways, maybe. No, I don't think Death's Door was bad in any way. Well, no, there is like the beginning. I think the beginning was a little linear. But past that, like, I don't think that Death's Door is a bad game at all. I think it is a very good game. But I think it maybe needed to do more in order to be able to stand out above some of the other games on this list. But yeah, anyway, Death's Door, wholeheartedly recommended to anybody who likes that kind of gameplay. If you like action RPG gameplay, if you like Zelda-style 2.5D, yeah, absolutely. Everybody play Death's Door. It's good. Shadowrun returns. Ah, yes. Shadowrun. How do we feel about Shadowrun? Feels a little weird to be talking about this given that I am currently in the middle of a different Shadowrun game. We're up to August now. Pretty deep in. About 2/3 of the way through. Good progress. I feel like Shadowrun Returns was a game that I was personally less invested in. Like, definitely not bad enough for me to quit in the middle. Far from it. Like, I think it's probably a decent game. But I think it's decent as opposed to good. I'm not sure that I felt that the storyline was particularly compelling. I think it was fine. I think it was sufficiently engaging. But it didn't have me like, oh, what's gonna happen next? Like, I think actually if I wasn't streaming it, I wouldn't have finished it. I think there would have come a point at which I finished playing for the day and then just never turned it back on. Because I would look at my games list and be like, oh, I want to play this game. And Shadowrun Returns just wouldn't have popped itself back up on that list. What does that mean for how I'm ranking it? Probably around Darksiders Genesis. Maybe better than Darksiders Genesis. Probably better than Darksiders Genesis. I think Shadowrun Returns gives you more meat. It gives you more to do. But for whatever reason, it just wasn't that compelling for me. Like, I think I enjoyed it. I think I had fun with it. I don't think it's bad. But much like Darksiders Genesis, I don't think it stood out. I don't think it gave me personally much of a reason to keep coming back to it. I wasn't invested in it. I kind of feel similarly about the current Shadowrun, actually. It definitely has more to recommend it than Shadowrun Returns does. But I think I'm in a similar place of like not feeling super invested, and I'm more invested, certainly. I'm definitely interested to see what happens next. I think I'm a little more invested in the storyline. Like, I think I want to know where it's going to go from where it's at. But I think it also has the same maybe engaged is a better word. I'm more engaged in Dragonfall than I was in Shadowrun Returns. But I think I'm similarly uninvested. I think if I was playing Shadowrun Dragonfall on my own time, there would come a point at which I just wouldn't go back to it because other things would feel more appealing or more exciting in the moment. I think if I were to rate Dragonfall right now, I think I'd probably just slot it directly above Shadowrun Returns. Right here, 11th place. I mean, I guess that's going to go on the list, right? It's in December, so we'll see. We'll see. Anyway, Shadowrun Returns. Axiom Verge 2. Axiom Verge 2 was a lot of fun. I'm very glad I got to play it. It's very interesting comparing Axiom Verge 2 to Axiom Verge. Like, there were a couple of things that were approached fairly differently. I think the scope of the games are pretty similar. Although the first game had some more fiddly secret finding. I think Axiom Verge 2 ended up feeling a little smaller than the first Axiom Verge for whatever reason. I don't know if it actually was, but it felt a little smaller. Anyway, comparisons with the first Axiom Verge aside, I think Axiom Verge 2 was a fantastic game. I think it worked really well with the mechanics that it had. There wasn't that much story, but the way that they drip fed it to you, I think worked out pretty well. In terms of, like, moving from story beat to story beat and hitting cutscenes whenever you hit them. I thought the boss fight was a little anticlimactic. I think the end of the game specifically was a little sudden, and no, there's not really an and there. I think the end of the game was a little sudden. It ended well, though. Like, I appreciated what it did in terms of the final cutscenes and where the characters ended up and what story you got out of the ending. I definitely had a ton of fun playing through it, and the way that the mechanics each opened up new parts of the game as you got new power-ups. Like, I think almost every single new power-up I got in Axiom Verge 2 was a WTF moment. In terms of what it let you do and what it opened up and where you could go as a result of that and how it let you access specific moments of the game. That's pretty rare. You don't get games like this that subvert expectations to that level. I think Axiom Verge 2 did a really, really fantastic job of not giving you what you expect in a given room, while at the same time giving you tools that let you access things that you eventually need to access. I really liked Axiom Verge 2. I think I put it above Death's Door. I'm not sure if I put it... I think I do put it above Edith Finch. Do I put it above Manifold Garden? I think I do. I think it still goes under Disco Elysium, though. I really liked Axiom Verge 2. Fantastic game. Dyson Sphere! Lord save me from logistics and automation games. This is unreasonable. It cannot go that high. It speaks to me specifically in ways that are maybe unhealthy. But I think it is not actually a better game than some of these other games. You could go that high? I suppose it could. It goes into space! I mean, I suppose. Yes, just because you are caging suns does not mean it goes that high on the list. Maybe it does go that high on the list. I think overall, I've enjoyed it more than I have Noita. It's hard to say whether I've enjoyed it more than Monsters Expedition. It doesn't, says Devanok with finality. Does it let you get on the Kardashev scale? I don't even know what the Kardashev scale is. Do I have to Google this? Hang on. What is the Kardashev scale? Method of measuring a civilization's level of technological advancement based on the amount of energy it is able to use. Oh. I see. So once you're using enough energy, you get to rank. Cool. That definitely is a order of magnitude thing. That's kind of cool. I think, okay, so I feel like I got more out of Dyson Sphere than I did out of Noita. That said, I don't know if that means I'm willing to list Dyson Sphere above Noita on this list. I feel like this is another thing like what happened over here with Death's Door. You think watching Noita was loads more fun than watching Dyson Sphere? It's fair. This is not about which games I think are good stream games. This is about which games I think are better and or more enjoyable on a personal level. And if there is correlation to them being good stream games, then Yahtzee. Dyson Sphere makes it easy to reach the breadth of the game. Noita, hoo boy, the layers of obfuscation. Yeah! Yeah! That's actually kind of a thing that I was thinking about, is like, there is so much Noita that is ridiculously difficult to access. And even on an in-depth glance at the game, right? Play the game for 2 or 3 hours. There is still a bunch of the depth and breadth of Noita that is impossible to see at that point, and might as well not be there as far as a casual gamer is concerned, as far as someone who doesn't know the game well is concerned. Like, even after having beaten Noita, right? Even after having won the game, taken the artifact, and put it into the work, it's still easy to miss out on a lot of the depth and breadth of Noita. And, like, for me, if I hadn't been told about specific things, I might never have found them. DSP doesn't make streaming video cry like a baby. That, sure. Beat the game is the shallowest step, right? Right? Beating the game is where the most direct advancement for your character is, right? You get the power-up perks, and you get the auto shops in each holy mountain. So it's the most obvious thing that you can do is descend, power up, descend, power up, and beat the game. Except there is so many other things to go and do, which give you different kinds of advancement or slower advancement, like going up to the moon, or going up to the other side of the tree, or visiting parallel worlds. And it's almost impossible to realize that those are there unless you are explicitly the kind of person who tries to exploit your way past perceived, I guess, game boundaries. Or you just get told by someone that, hey, there's a thing you could go do if you wanted to. Kind of true of Spelunky 2 also, designed for the super hardcore in both the obscure nonsense and the difficulty. Completely believable. Completely believable. I think actually Noita has a lot in common with old school roguelikes, like NetHack or Dungeon Crawl. And in terms of like the depth of the mechanics and also the lack of discoverability. Now, if you're used to roguelikes, that lack of discoverability isn't as much of a deterrent, because you're kind of expecting there to be weird stuff hidden in the edges and more interactions between mechanics than are obvious and things that you can learn how to exploit via trial and error. But in a game like Noita, I don't think that same, like, shared gamer language is there in the same way. And maybe that was just me, but I kind of wasn't expecting it to do those kinds of things that it did. And a lot of it I absolutely would have straight up missed and just literally never experienced had I not explicitly been told that it was a thing you could do. And I kind of want to say that's poor design. It's interesting that I say that it is potentially poor design for Noita and not poor design for a more old school or traditional roguelike. Too punishing of single mistakes for the length, which is also true of the NetHack and ADOM types. Yep. Agreed. Absolutely agreed. Part of the joy about Noita's exploration and discovery, but it's, you would argue it's poor design for both, fair enough. The thing about the exploration and discovery for Noita, though, is it doesn't encourage exploration. It doesn't encourage that discovery. And yeah, if you happen to, like, you know, it's almost like the probe in Outer Wilds. If you happen to go off in exactly the right direction, then you'll find the thing you're looking for, but there's so many things that you can do that are just not rewarded. There's so many places that you can go that are the same as all the places that you've been, and there is no indication that anything about it is different. Sometimes punishes for discovering something, sure, but that's, I mean, that's still, like, that's fine. That's still indicating to you, hey, there's a thing here. You don't explore discover until you just happen to be so powered to be able to, that you decide to up and try and find what the new boundary to the game is. Yeah, to a degree, but, like, even then, you still have to, you have to know that there is stuff worth exploring in order to be able to explore. You have to know that there is stuff that you can discover in order to try and explore and discover. And Noita does a spectacularly bad job of leading you towards that exploration and discovery. There's a lot of things in the game that you can be like, oh, what does this do? And the answer is nothing at the moment, because you don't have the tools, or you don't have the quest, or you don't have whatever it is you don't have. But because of the aesthetic of the game, it's really easy to look at the thing that does nothing right now and assume that it is intended to do nothing and is just aesthetic, is just design. And until you find out, probably purely by accident, or maybe you get told by someone else who plays the game, that a thing is capable of doing something more, there's not really anything in the game that leads you towards things being capable of doing something more. Like, I think it would be really easy for somebody to play maybe even hundreds of hours of Noita and just go down, right? Go down through Holy Mountain and get their perks and update their wands and become really, really good at the spell system and figuring out all the dynamics between the various things that they can do with wands and the various perks and fighting enemies and stuff like that. And, you know, get to the, get to the boss and get the artifact and stick it in the work and have done nothing else but just proceed straightforwardly through the game and get to that point and, you know, get the victory screen and say, I've done it. I've mastered Noita. I think it's really easy I think it is actually really easy for somebody to get to that situation and not feel like they've missed anything. Not feel like there is, and feel like there is nothing left to do with the game. That there is nothing left to explore. It takes a very specific set of circumstances before anything else is revealed. And once something gets revealed, it's like, okay, maybe at that point, your brain starts ticking and it's like, well, if I can do this, what else can I do? You know? Maybe you get to the point where, like, you... I want to say, like, you accidentally transmute lava into something else. But, like, in order to do that, you have to know that getting extra messed up on drugs affects the world in that way. And there is absolutely no reason for a person who doesn't know anything else about Noita to get 200% messed up on drugs. Like, unless you are deliberately trying to test boundaries, you won't be aware that there are boundaries to test. Some people wouldn't notice that crouching is eating, right? Like, there's a lot of stuff in that game that not only isn't explained, but, like, isn't hinted at either. And once you know that some of that stuff is there, you have enough incentive to explore and find other stuff. But okay, that's a very weird take, Devinhawk, because that's not what I'm arguing. I'm actually not talking about Wormblood. I'm talking about weird fungus. Although Wormblood is drugs. Different kinds of drugs. Wormblood opens your third eye. Multiple ways to get high, of course. Yeah, exactly. So yeah, that's where I am on Noita. I think on a game design level, it is missing a couple of key points, which is not just, like, the game isn't bad, right? There's a ton of depth there. There's a ton of stuff to explore. There's a ton of stuff to do. Like, just in terms of secrets to find, the game is huge. But it's really easy to miss out on so much of that a lot of it might as well just not be there. For all that it would affect, I would say, most casual players of the game. You still have issue with not having some mode for save reload continue without restarting? Isn't there a save? I feel like I've saved games in the middle of the game. Am I wrong? Oh, yeah, not permadeath, sure. That bothers me a lot less. I grew up on old school roguelikes. I definitely am used to, maybe is the best way to talk about it. Am used to, like, death being the end of a run, let's start over and start a new run. And I don't really have a problem with that. Maybe that's Stockholm syndrome, but like I'm perfectly comfortable with that mode of gameplay. That doesn't bother me. And then there's also the question of just how different kinds of games they are, right? Like, Dyson Sphere is a colony builder / logistics game, and Noita is a action roguelike exploration game. That's the other thing, Quiditator, is like, I wanted to look at those tablets and be like, oh, what does this teach me? Oh, what does this teach me? What information can I get out of this? And 3 tablets in, and I had absolutely nothing. I didn't even have, like, it didn't feel like I had puzzle pieces. It felt like I had aesthetics. Like the same thing that I was talking about before, where like you'll see, you know, like if you manage to get over the initial mountain, right? There's like a pond on the other side with a music machine in it, and it's like that music machine is relevant. There is a puzzle to which that music machine provides a mechanical purpose. But you get to it and it's like, I can kick it and it makes music. What does this do? Nothing. It doesn't do anything. I can kick it and it makes music. And it's really, really easy with the way that game is set up to assume that it stops there, unless you have something pointing you towards literally any of the secrets that exist in the game. Right? Once one door is opened, you suddenly become aware that there are other doors. But it is such an effort to open that first door. So yeah, I think unless you are explicitly spoiled on Noita, Noita has design problems. And I would actually say that explicitly spoiling people on Noita is a good idea, at least in part, because it gives them a sense of what the scope of the game is. Like, it took me going to the wiki and reading up on Noita alchemy before I felt invested enough in the game to try stuff. Yeah, I agree, Darkwinch. The tablets are a problem. So yeah, I absolutely think Noita is a fantastic game. It has a lot of depth. It's a lot of fun to play around with. There is a ton of stuff to explore once you are aware that exploring is a thing you can do. But it's by no means perfect. And I think it falls into a lot of the same traps that the genre it's based off of falls into. And that's maybe not the best of looks. That said, there's still the question of how I'm comparing Noita and Dyson Sphere Program. And those are hard to compare. I think with where I am as a gamer, me on a personal level, I got more out of Dyson Sphere than I did out of Noita. I don't know that I can necessarily say that Dyson Sphere is a better game than Noita. I don't know, maybe it is. Maybe it is a better game than Noita. But I do know that Dyson Sphere hit the kind of game that I want to be playing in a way that Noita didn't. Oh, sure. But like, I am happy as hell to play another automation game, as long as they're approaching it differently enough that it feels like a different game. Right? I mean, I guess it's a similar, if you're looking at it that way, it's kind of similar to Deedlit. Deedlit is another Metroidvania with some, you know, specific quirks and unique things, but also doesn't really stand out in a lot of ways. But then, like, I guess I just haven't played that many games like Dyson Sphere, right? It's just Factorio. And, you know, comparing Dyson Sphere to Factorio, there are ups and downs. Things that Dyson Sphere does better. Things that Factorio does better. But I think they're both great games. And I think you could absolutely do an entry into that genre that is not a great game. And these two are both great games. I mean, I think it's also telling that you don't like that kind of gameplay, Devin. It holds nothing for you. So, I mean, that's why this is my list and not your list. I'm gonna leave it as is, but this is a hard choice. Like automation, but dislike automation games. When you say you like automation, what does that mean for you? Dyson Sphere. Man. Alright, what is next on the list? Some more Rogue Legacy. Agent A Puzzle in Disguise. This game was surprisingly good. Dyson was just, you want to play Factorio now. Okay. You also dislike the third dimension more than most people. And played it right on release when it was worse. Okay, yep, I can understand that. I will say having construction robots from moment one is a thing that Dyson does better than Factorio. But yeah, there's also a lot of stuff that Dyson does that's worse than Factorio and makes you just want to play Factorio. I fully understand. Automation games just go too in deep into the quagmire of that and try to go into way too complex stuff unnecessarily. Okay. Have you seen Autonauts? This might be even worse for you than the automation-based logistics colony sims. If you want to play an automation game, you go play Final Fantasy XII. Damning indictment. I still haven't played FF12. I mean, yeah, you are here. It's true, Quintitator. But I am also 100% in on going too in-depth into the quagmire and getting into too complex stuff unnecessarily. I will say on a pacing level, Factorio does better than Dyson Sphere. I think there were points in Dyson Sphere where I felt like I was waiting for something to happen. And that almost never happens in Factorio. The only thing you're waiting on is your own progress. Single thing that kept you coming back more than anything else, compared to stuff like Kerbal, RimWorld, Dwarf Fortress, etc., other sim games that you enjoyed, but it was so much work to actually play them. That's completely fair. I think, especially when you compare it to stuff like RimWorld and Dwarf Fortress, where the work of getting through the UI is maybe intentional? Needs streamlining, let's say. With Dyson Sphere and Factorio, like, there is still some UI to struggle through. But once you figure out how to do something, you can just do things. Maybe you're weird for thinking Dwarf Fortress is easy. Oh my god. Quiditator, did you see my Dwarf Fortress stream? I gotta go find this line now. Hang on. Hold. I will tell you exactly what I think about Dwarf Fortress. I actually made a dwarf do something. You are. Okay, I gotta start this over. Gather plants. I actually made a dwarf do something. You are aware that this reaction that I'm having right now, the joy of finally making something happen, this is the reaction that people in abusive relationships have. Like, nothing has worked for so long. The moment anything works, whatever infinitesimal value I get out of this is blown up completely out of proportion. Yep. That's how I feel about Dwarf Fortress. Okay. Gather plants. That is my opinion on the matter. They are simple key bindings. It took me an hour and a half to navigate that menu, my dude. I think the point at which I made a dwarf do literally anything, the point at which I actually made my will felt in the game at all, was something like an hour and a half or 2 hours into gameplay. And, to Hamu's point, this is coming from a person with NetHack experience, where I am used to menus that go 3 deep, involving 20 different options in each menu, and also involve my @ symbol dying to lowercase a d, right? Like, I have some familiarity with the visual language that the game is using, and it still took me that long to get anything to happen. Them dwarves were tough. They were tough. Those are some tough dwarves. No lies. Dwarf Fortress. Dwarf Fortress. Anyway, Agent A was a pretty good game. Capital D. Capital D were indeed a problem. Agent A was a pretty good game. It had some actual puzzles in it, which I respect. I think that is rare for a game of that type. It had some things that weren't puzzles, which was kind of more what I expected from a game of that type. But it was a pretty good game. I think it goes here. Dwarf water pressure and military command. Yeah, I have no idea what those. I didn't get anywhere deep enough into the game to engage with mechanics on that level. Played DF for like 40 hours and was still a constant struggle to manage the menu nonsense. That's about right. D was, in fact, a dragon. It's true. But if you could kill one, you could get dragon scale mail, which was a big deal. What is friendship version? Is that the one with an actual UI that they're still in the process of making? That I first heard about like 3 years ago or whatever? I wonder how well production is doing on that. It could have been a donkey or a were. Could have been, probably. Yeah, I haven't actually been hearing anything about the progress they've been making on that. Is it anywhere close to, like, being real? Or, I mean, if I look it up on Steam, what am I going to find? I get to see what Steam is recommending to me. Apparently Steam is recommending Winter Sale. No recommendations being made here. Dwarf Fortress. All reviews, no user reviews. Release date, time is subjective. Okay. Okay. New embark screen as of December 16th. Recently. They're still updating. They're working on it. Eventually. Eventually, probably. Alright, well, would be nice. He is dedicated. Okay, fair enough. Yeah, I expect that it'll happen at some point. But I don't know when. I don't know when. The original description when they announced the Steam version strongly implied the UI itself was still going to be a dumpster fire. Oh no. I mean, actually, based off this video, it's looking a little better. Not like a lot better, but potentially a little better. Maybe more obvious how to get into menus and make decisions. If there's working on stuff like the expedition screen specifically as an update, then they're probably going to fix the UI stuff. That's good. I mean, I think fixing the UI stuff goes a long way to making the game playable. Which it needs. If the game was playable, it would be a really good game. All right. It's enough Dwarf Fortress talk. If we keep talking about Dwarf Fortress, I'm never going to get through this. I do eventually need to finish this list. If it's just a bit messy and complex, cool. Yeah. There's trade-offs there, right? It doesn't need to be perfect, but, like, it needs to be better. Definitely needs to be better. Sad that this kind of pushes the magic update far away. Oh, is that a thing, like a feature that they're still working on adding to Dwarf Fortress, is like magic? As just a separate additional, like, functionality that they haven't added yet? I kind of assumed that would be a thing they've already done. But I guess there's always more things to be added to Dwarf Fortress. The list literally never ends. Dwarf Fortress strikes me as a game that will never be feature complete, which is fascinating. Alright, where are we here? Agent A was good. That's where we're at. Agent A was pretty good. Magic gods and stuff, but since you need to do the Steam Friendship version. Ah, okay. Because, like, I know a bunch of gods made it in. Star Citizen, but not as buggy. I am actually not familiar with Star Citizen. How bad was Star Citizen? Yes, and with a lot more content. Okay. What even is Star Citizen? Star Citizen. Multiplayer space trading and combat simulation game. Spiritual successor to Freelancer. Has a shitload of money and is also delayed for all eternity. I see. Enlist? Get the hell out of here. I just want to see your homepage, buddy. Alpha 3.16. Is this gameplay? Is this what gameplay looks like? What, really? It's not that smooth, but it is like 3D. It's what they want gameplay to look like. Okay, fair enough. Gameplay looks like that if you have an incredible machine. And it's supposed to be like a space exploration multiplayer, like, economic sim? With FPS like that? It is a lot. Okay. It sounds like what it sounds like what they were intending Planetfall to originally be. Just like a literally everything game. The scope is about as big as you can possibly imagine. Well, there it is. Bought into it at the $30 Kickstarter level. When would that have been? How long has this been going on? Years ago? Okay, well, years isn't too bad, as long as it's not decades. 2013? That's pretty bad. That's pretty bad. That's okay. I've kickstarted games back in like 2015 that still haven't shipped. Like, when the hell is Heartforth Alicia ever coming out? That was a game I was really excited about. Are they even still working on it? I have no idea. I haven't checked my Kickstarter updates in years. Actual years. About the same time as Elite Dangerous? Okay. Okay. And it feels like Elite Dangerous is like a third of the game that they're trying to release. So you've got another 16 years to go. Star Citizen also has survival mechanics. Yep, that's exactly where I expected that to go. Amazing. Alright, well, cool. Cool, that's a thing I now know exists. Lucky me. Star Citizen is a more curated universe, whereas Elite Dangerous just gives you everything. Okay. And all the inventory is going to be physicalized? Oh my god. It's big on ambition. That sounds like an understatement. And if they manage to actually build a vertical slice ever, oh, you'll be impressed. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, it almost sounds like it exists as a toy for the developers to continue to tinker with, right? The kind of thing that'll never be done. Like, also Dwarf Fortress. Dwarf Fortress will never be done. But at least Dwarf Fortress is I was going to say playable, but I'm rethinking that now. But yeah, it feels like the kind of thing that's like, the dev just wants to have something to work on. And this is something to work on. And maybe it'll eventually get released. But that's almost secondary to having a thing for the dev to continue to work on and build systems into. Which, like, I respect wanting to have a project to keep working on and wanting to keep building systems. Like, that sounds like the fun part of development. But, You, eventually, you gotta release, my dude. Eventually, you gotta release. You'll upgrade your PC when it comes out, so you have a good PC for it. You lost patience first. Yeah, that sounds about right. I'll believe that. There's a single system you can fly some ships around in with cities and mining and prison and stuff. Okay. So there's at least a part of the game that you can, like, they have like a demo is what you're telling me, right? They have a part of the game that you can play, and it's by no means complete. And more stuff is being added that is maybe completely separate from the thing that you're able to play. The ambition is still way bigger than that. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, that sounds about right. If they're actually going to continue to add more to it, then that's great. But that's a hell of a design doc to live up to, for sure. Best part of Dwarf Fortress is the mechanics are added and then heavily worked on for fixing and stuff, and then until the next mechanic is going in, making sure it's working. Yeah. I mean, that's absolutely the comparison, right? Like, I think that's a reasonable comparison to make, is that Dwarf Fortress is a game that is literally never done, because there's always new systems to add. And the doing the same thing in a 3D fully simulated universe is quite a different animal. Life simulator in the sci-fi world, yeah, that sounds like where they're trying to get to. Which, like, if they make it, that would be amazing. That would be wonderful. But, sounds like there's a ways off. Quite a ways off. Alright. So, we're at Superliminal now. Superliminal was also good. I think I'm just realizing that the M in Superliminal is like a negative space M bracketed by the eyes on either side. It's a fascinating way to do that UI design. I tried Quiditator. I have no reason to go back to it. None at all. Weren't you there for that stream? I think you were. It was a rough one. It was a rough one. Once it's on Steam with a graphical UI and all, maybe. I'll probably give it a shot again. I mean, I like RimWorld, right? And RimWorld is based off of Dwarf Fortress in... I think RimWorld and Dwarf Fortress are probably very similar games. If you look at RimWorld just as reduced scope Dwarf Fortress, like... Yeah, Dwarf Fortress seems like a thing that would appeal to me. I just need to actually be able to play it and not feel like I'm being disrespected as a person. Yeah, super light version of Dwarf Fortress, yeah. And even RimWorld was like a struggle at the beginning. It definitely took a lot to get used to. But also it did a good job of pointing you in the right directions to figure it out. And there was also not nearly as much to figure out. So yeah, with a good UI, I'd probably play Dwarf Fortress, sure. Like, if I could start making meaningful decisions within the first 15 minutes of opening a new save, then yes, I would play Dwarf Fortress. Not going to get into arguments about how many features there are in RimWorld versus Dwarf Fortress. RimWorld is stripped down Dwarf Fortress. It's fine. I think that is a reasonable, like, leave it. I don't care how much Dwarf Fortress there is compared to how much RimWorld there is. I liked Superliminal. There was definitely stuff in Superliminal that I didn't do. Like, if I had decided that I wanted to explore more and get into weird, like... There were a couple of places where I jumped up on pipes and stuff and found little hidden things. And the amount of hidden things that I found was like an eighth of the hidden things that you could find, or like a tenth. Feels like there was a bunch of Superliminal that I didn't do but could have. A bunch of optional stuff in Superliminal that I didn't do but could have. If you're still here, where are you gonna go, Quiditator? Pretty much just hidden chess pieces? Yeah, there was the hidden chess pieces. There was a couple of other hidden things that were not just chess pieces, but maybe it was just chess pieces. But yeah, that's kind of the thing that I was thinking of, is like weird optional things to go in and find. And I found like 4, 5? Less, I think. And there were a bunch. There were a lot. And I really thought I did a lot of exploring in Superliminal. Like, a lot of situations was like, oh, I bet I can do that thing. And it turns out that I could. And I found a chess piece almost every time. You're not an immortal robot? Are you sure? Sounds like the thing an immortal robot would say. There was a point where it showed you progress. I think it actually showed you progress on the computer at the start of each level. Like, you could see a little diagram showing things that you had found, and it hinted that there was a lot more stuff to find than I had found. But, yeah, it did show you some amount of progress on level select. Or at least it showed you what things you had found and where you found them. Which doesn't necessarily give you the information about what things are findable past what you have already done. Like, it felt like it was pretty wide open in terms of where I needed to go to find more stuff. So it didn't really feel like I had enough direction to go back and look for stuff. Yeah, but I liked what I did see. Like, as a puzzle game, I think Superliminal is doing super cool things. I really like perspective mechanics and perspective shenanigans. Yeah, I really enjoyed Superliminal. I don't think I had any complaints about it. Think you watched me play, you just don't remember it right now. There was a lot of trying to remember, like, I think I'm actually conflating some stuff in Maquette and Superliminal. Oh yeah, I do remember that, the diet stuff. But yeah, Superliminal was very good. Superliminal was the one where, yeah, there are VODs to watch. Superliminal was the one where you can pick something up, and then, based on your perspective, it gets bigger or smaller when you drop it. So, like, you could pick up something that is small, and then hold it up so that it looks like it's next to something big in the background, and then when you drop it, it becomes as big as the thing in the background. Like, it stays in that perspective, in that depth perspective. Did you ever play Echochrome? No, I haven't heard of Echochrome. Echochrome. If you want me to take a look at it, I can recommend posting it in the Discord. I will, at the very least, wishlist games I find cool. I have a suggestions channel you can drop into if you like. What is Echochrome? Well, I'll take a look at that later. Perspective-based puzzle game for PSP, PS3? Oh, well then I'm never gonna play it. That's sad. The PSP is dead, and I don't even know where the PS3 is. Does the PS3 even have access to, like, PlayStation Network or whatever, the PlayStation Store? Don't know if it's still available. Yeah, that would be the problem. That would, in fact, be the problem. I have a PSP, but I don't know how I would begin acquiring a game for it. And I definitely don't think I could stream that. Bit of a bummer. Yours still serves as a Blue Disc player? It's fair. I mean, that was a lot of the reason to buy a PS3, right? Like, I know I bought a PS2 because it was a DVD player. Superliminal was good. I'm not sure where to put it, though. It fits in the same category of indie puzzle game as, like, Maquette and other things. Other things that are not Maquette, probably. So I kind of want to slot it in a similar place on the list. But I think it's actually not as good as some of these other games. I'd probably slot it, like, around here. Maybe just below Adventures of Pip, or maybe just above Adventures of Pip. Majora's Mask still feels like it's in a weird place. Like, it needs to be either higher or lower on this list. I just need to commit to however I'm deciding to rank it. As opposed to just being right in the middle. I don't know where I stick Superliminal. I think it's like... it's around here. I think it was doing some really cool things, but at the end of the day, there was some stuff that it didn't quite deliver on. And it was doing some real indie things. And I don't really know how to, like, specify what I mean by that, but it felt really indie. Unclear whether unclear whether that's negative. But it is certainly a thing I noticed about the game. Yeah, I think there's part of me that wants to put it up here where Maquette is, and I think that's just because they occupy similar spaces in the genre. Unique way of doing stuff? Maybe. I don't know. It's hard to say. But I think Superliminal overall is not as good a game as Maquette. I think some of the puzzles were cooler. I think the puzzle mechanics in Superliminal were cooler. But, it was just doing some weird stuff in a couple of places, and I think it didn't come across as well as Maquette did. And that's kind of the only real comparison point I have here in terms of, like, direct comparisons, right? Superliminal is an indie puzzle game the same way that Maquette is an indie puzzle game. Indies always seem to have a different take on stuff, yeah. I thought it was good. I really enjoyed it. just feels like it needs to be like a little bit lower on the list than Maquette is. Yeah, I think I'll stick with this. Maybe should be a bit higher, but I'm not sure how much higher. Ah. Well, we're back to the longer games. How many Mass Effect streams did I do? Jesus Christ. How long did Mass Effect go? $10 streams? Only 10 streams. Surprising. So like 50 hours, 60 hours? Not bad. Well, now I am left in the maybe unenviable position of needing to rank Mass Effect compared to all the other games I've played this year. I think I liked Mass Effect. I think Mass Effect was good. I'm somewhat comparing Mass Effect to Shadowrun in that there was combat, but the point of the game seemed to be navigating dialogue trees. Just rank everything you play always and you wouldn't have this problem. It's true. It's true. If only I always had rankings, this list would already be made for me. But yeah, like I have a... I'm kind of comparing Mass Effect and Shadowrun in my head. Because both of the games have combat. But the point of the game is really to navigate dialogue trees. And I think the combat in Mass Effect had a similar effect on the overall game as the combat in Shadowrun does to the overall game. Like, you have to get through it in order to experience the story. But it's kind of also there, as opposed to feeling integral to the story or feeling mechanically intertwined with the story in any way. Mass Effect gave you a lot of room to also do nothing of relevance, which I suppose some amount of exploration needs to be there in an RPG of its scale? But I certainly spent a lot of time in Mass Effect doing nothing of any relevance. And there was a lot of tangential benefit to futzing around on random planets, trying to find, you know, giant worms to kill or whatever. Or weird artifacts. You love taking the Mako down to a random planet to find 50 credits in a random item. Yeah, exactly. That is exactly what I'm talking about. It's like there's one planet in every system that you can go explore, and it's 50-50 on whether or not you'll find something cool and story related, or, as you say, 50 credits and a pistol that nobody will ever use. That is a fair point, though. The Mako shenanigans was a lot of fun. Mako physics was something else. That said, Mass Effect was really well put together. I did play the remaster, so that's something, right? I was playing Legendary Edition. The storyline was... I don't know if I can say compelling, but it was engaging. I definitely had a feel of, like, I want to keep playing, I want to find out what happens next, I want to see where they're going with the story. I like these characters, I want to know more about these characters, I feel invested in these characters. Oh boy, was I invested in some of those characters. Yeah. So yeah, I liked it. I definitely plan on playing Mass Effect 2 at some point. Heaven only knows when. My god, there's a lot of games. Would I consider Emmy a retro game, not just because it had a remaster version? No? No. When was Mass Effect originally released? Alien Dating Sim, you're not wrong. $2007? Holy balls! I didn't realize it was that old. I was unaware that Mass Effect was that old. Yeah, I'm kind of in Dark Twinge's camp. Unless it's like SNES era, I don't think it can be a retro game. I'm not even considering N64 stuff a retro game. You saw something considering 2010 games retro? Yeah. Strong disagree. Strong disagree. I feel like there's PS1 stuff that's probably retro. But, like, you have to be aping that aesthetic if you want to be considered retro, right? Like, to me, retro specifically means pixel graphics most of the time. You're playing Morrowind and that's definitely aged. Like a cheese. I've never played Morrowind. Like, I think at this point, retro doesn't refer to games from a particular time period. It refers to an aesthetic. And I think not even the original Mass Effect has that aesthetic. I don't think that's what it was going for. Celeste is retro? Yeah, Celeste is retro. Morrowind was 2002. Okay. Like, I'm not sure if you were trying to be ironic with that statement, Hamu, but yeah, Celeste is retro. The Messenger is retro. Correct. You've figured it out. You've nailed it. The Messenger is also intentionally aping retro mechanics in a way that Celeste isn't. But Celeste does have a deliberately retro aesthetic. So, there's, you know, divisions that you can make if you want to. Shovel Knight and Messenger are more retro than Celeste. Yeah, you absolutely can you can get into the weeds on this one if you like. I'm not going to say that anything is more retro. However, I am absolutely willing to make divisions on what aspects of a game are retro or aren't. Like, I mean, like I just said, right? Like, Celeste and Messenger both have retro aesthetics, but Messenger has retro mechanics in a way that Celeste doesn't. Is Mario 64 retro? No. No, Mario 64 isn't retro. Then again, I am 40. Your mileage may vary. I think at some point retro is going to be subjective. Like, if you're talking to me, I can give you my answer. But if you're talking to... then you have La Mulana. Yes. Then you have La Mulana. But yeah, I think the discussion of what is retro and what isn't is also going to be depending on the needs that the word is trying to fill and the context in which you're using it. Unfortunately. But yeah, I don't think you can have a universal definition of retro, despite me giving you what my universal definition of retro would be. I regret to inform you I do not have all of the answers. I have all of my answers, but I am not the only person for whom I am answering questions. So where does Mass Effect fit on the scale? I think it's actually around the Majora's Mask level. Do I think Mass Effect is a better game than Secret of Monkey Island? I don't think I enjoyed Mass Effect more than I enjoyed Secret of Monkey Island. But I'm not sure if that is enough to say where it goes on this list. Because I'm beginning to realize that the amount that I enjoy a game, I'm beginning to realize, like it's just now hitting me, the amount that I enjoy a game is not necessarily directly relative to the quality of the game. Especially in retrospect, right? Thinking back to what I liked about a game and what I didn't, the amount that I remember enjoying the game is definitely not directly related to the quality of the game. I think Mass Effect is a better game than Secret of Monkey Island. Don't you start, Dark Twinge. Retro gamer is someone that likes playing approximately NES and older era games. A retro game is one that invokes the aesthetic of PS1 or older era games. Sure. Reasonably okay with there being words like that. And definitions something like those. I'm not necessarily sure that getting into specifics of like which era the thing's meaning, but like that's also something that's going to be relative, right? That's also something that's going to be subjective. Different people are going to use the word in different ways, and I don't think you can actually say that anybody using it in a particular way is wrong. Wrong for you, but not wrong for them. So it's maybe less useful as a word unless you're specifically talking about retro aesthetics. Like, as we get more and more people, Green Day is classic rock. Exactly, Hamu. As you get more and more people who are pining for the games that they played in their youths, and looking at, you know, the games that they were familiar with through rose-colored glasses, then the meaning of retro is going to evolve is maybe the wrong word, but differ from person to person for sure. I think the way in which it is most commonly and usefully used is speaking specifically about pixel graphics and NES/Genesis era aesthetics to a game. And or improvements on that same kind of aesthetic and idea without being fundamentally different aesthetically. Right? Like, if you look at the sprite art in Deedlit, for example, is fantastic. On an aesthetic level and on a graphical level, it moves super smoothly. So it is definitely an improvement on, you know, actual 16-bit graphics, but it is still a retro aesthetic. 15 minutes left and a decent amount of list to go through. I know! We spent 45 minutes talking about Dwarf Fortress, which isn't even on the list! I think I'm going to put Mass Effect above Secret of Monkey Island, primarily based on it being like a more modern AAA game with content, graphics, technology, etc. in it, as opposed to a scum VM game. Like, I think Mass Effect is probably a similarly iconic game as Secret of Monkey Island these days, so I can't really use that to determine, like, this is important versus not important or less important. I think Mass Effect has a better story than Secret of Monkey Island, but then again, the point of Secret of Monkey Island wasn't the story, it was the humor. Which is maybe the story, depending on how you feel about that. Anyway, it's tough. I think Mass Effect is slightly above, but not by a whole lot. And also, the two games are different in enough that they're impossible to compare. Alright. So we move up from Mass Effect and get to October and Deltarune. Deltarune Chapter 2. Hey Every, it's Spamton. God, I love Deltarune. I'm not sure. That's such a great emote. Oh my god, Twinge. I'm not sure how much of my love of Deltarune is informed by my love of Undertale, because I really did love Undertale. I invested in Undertale in a way that I don't in most games. And I'm not sure how much of my love/enjoyment of Deltarune was because I had that base and pulling from things that are not in Deltarune specifically. Chrono made it on a whim, so you implemented it? Wow. Nice. Like, I want to think... sometimes I want to think that my high valuation of Deltarune Chapter 2 is maybe a little irrational and based on things that not everybody can necessarily get out of the game on its own. And then, I remember that Queen is a character in Deltarune Chapter 2. And I realize that that whole line of thinking is wrong. And Deltarune Chapter 2 is actually the greatest game ever existent. Deltarune Chapter 1 is heavily based on a love of Undertale, but that's probably a fair bit less true of Chapter 2. Okay. Yeah, I don't really know where I'd rank Chapter 1. I think I liked Chapter 2 better than I liked Chapter 1. Probably? Man, I never did go back and try and do whatever the alternate route was in Chapter 2. I never did figure that out. Maybe someday. I can't believe I've managed to remain unspoiled on whatever the alternate route is for Chapter 2. Impressive work. Good job, Jim. Pat myself on the back. Alt route is on the revisit list, yes. I think the revisit list so far consists of mostly afternoon games. Here? Somewhere up here? It's a very good game. There were so many points where the writing just hit me perfectly. Like, the sense of humor in Deltarune just, like, lines up almost exactly with, you know, my history for internet shitposting and, like, where I come from on the internet. So it really just lands really well with me specifically. And I don't know that that's necessarily true universally. I think my unique enjoyment of the way that Deltarune presented itself and the kind of humor that it was going for is probably higher than average. But man, I really like Deltarune. Alright, what did we do after Deltarune? What was the next thing? Metroid Dread? Jesus Christ, Metroid Dread, what a game. Is Metroid Dread better than Disco Elysium? Have we finally unseated Disco Elysium? Maybe? Big maybe. Metroid Dread was such a fantastic game. I remember being peeved at how long it took to actually open up. How long it took to stop being one-way doors all the way through. Game very deliberately not letting me backtrack until I'm at least halfway through. And quick time events. It's true. The being able to fight off the Emmys was a struggle for sure. There's just so much in Disco Elysium. Like, I feel like Disco Elysium is just so well thought out and so well put together that it's really hard to dethrone that. You were not expected to be able to reliably counter the enemies. That's fair enough. For the record, every time I countered an Emmy, and I think I did so like 8 or 9 times over the course of the entire game, every single time I countered an Emmy, it was predicting, not reacting. I pressed that button and hoped, with absolutely no indication on the screen that I was supposed to press the button. I'm gonna put Metroid Dread below Disco Elysium, but know that I think it's close. And I'm still not exactly sure. I'm like 55-45 here. What a fantastic game, though, Metroid Dread. Oh, and now we're far enough ahead that we are seeing the actual stream titles of those streams, rather than just the highlights that I made. Put them both at 1 and the next at 3. I think that'll screw things up, actually. Because this is like an auto-generated list. So if I try to actually change the things, I'll have to do the whole thing manually. So I'll just leave it like this, and that's probably fine. And then came Outer Wilds. Yep, absolutely best DLC of the year, best everything of the year, best everything of this year and the previous year, and any other year you want to put it in. Outer Wilds is fantastic. Nothing else will ever compare. Yes, exactly. All the awards forever. You bought it but not played it yet? I highly recommend playing it. God damn, I enjoyed Outer Wilds. Gets negative points for not breaking space-time again. That's true, there's not as much time shenanigans in the DLC. The DLC is everything you wanted in a DLC. I think I agree with that. Yeah. Oh, I think there is actually a way to do that, Cryptomancer. Like, other than the explicit ways to break the virtual reality. I think there are ways to break, like, causality within, like, the virtual stuff. Yeah, I cannot be effusive enough in my praise for Outer Wilds and also the DLC for Outer Wilds. So I'm going to leave it there. Oh, Graveyard Keeper got a DLC this year, as it has every year. It was not a very impressive DLC, personal opinion. I thought it did not add much to the game if you were already in post-game. And I thought the characters and incentives it gave you were not very compelling. It was more Graveyard Keeper, and I think I would probably appreciate the mechanics it introduced more if I was still in the middle of playing Graveyard Keeper, rather than having done everything else that was to do in Graveyard Keeper. But as it stands, it probably wasn't worth going back to the game. And I would not recommend it for people who have already played their way through Graveyard Keeper. I would say if you are playing Graveyard Keeper fresh, why not just get all the DLC? I think that is actually a reasonable take. But it's not really worth revisiting, unless you're planning on starting fresh. And that seems maybe a little masochistic. So what is it's kind of hard for me to actually differentiate between the streams and then the highlights of them. Now that we're this far close to current present day, present time. Next thing I did was Haven. Haven was next after Outer Wilds. Haven was also very enjoyable. Haven hit a lot of good notes for me. I'm not actually sure that Haven was good. This is another one of those things where I felt like I enjoyed it out of proportion to the actual quality of the game. I definitely really like the depiction of the relationship between the two main characters. And cruising around and on the glide shoes or whatever was a fair amount of fun. Yeah, that's kind of how I feel, Hamu. Is that the game mechanics, they did the bare minimum of, like, we are a crafting survival game. Crafting survival game needs these elements. Thus, the bare minimum of those elements are here. There are 3 different foods you can acquire, and you can mix and match to create other things. There are 3 different medicines you can acquire, and you can mix and match to create other things. You can grow your own in these specific plots for those things. There's resources that you can acquire as a result of the combat was actually really good. The combat was super deep, and I feel like I could have gotten a lot better at that combat. I didn't, but I felt like I could have. I thought that, like, for all that the survival crafting part of the game was billed a little highly, maybe, than it should have been, the JRPG combat just came out of nowhere and really over-delivered, honestly. The combat was really good. Especially with, like, the different timing mechanics and the way that the characters moved in sync with each other or out of sync with each other. I think it still had, like, it was still missing some quality of life. Another really dope soundtrack, absolutely. Like, I think there were things that they should have done slightly better, especially in the combat. But, yeah, Haven was very good. I was 100% invested in the narrative, and the aesthetic is top notch. Like, the way they did the graphics, it all came together really well. The soundtrack was great. The color palette, great. I love the world that they landed on. Haven had a lot going for it. Damn, now that I think about it, Haven was actually pretty good. I think it rates pretty highly. I don't think it outrates Metroid Dread. I don't think it outrates Deltarune. Does it outrate Manifold Garden? I think that's actually a reasonable slot to put it in. I think Haven goes here. It's also another one of those things, like, it's a very different game from the things I'm comparing it to, and, like, 6 through 9 all feel very much like these are all good games. Very good games in completely disparate genres, and if any of those genres speak to you, buy that game. Manifold Garden felt sterile? How text-heavy is Haven? It is voiced. There is... How much, like, if you wanted, if there was, like, I'm trying to think if there's, like, books or something that you would have to read through on your own. And there's not much there either. I think it's for the most part completely voiced. The narrative is broken up a lot into, chunks separated by the mechanical stuff. So you do spend a fair amount of time exploring compared to the time going through the narrative. And then it's also like, if you want to spend more time at home base going through narrative stuff, you can. And then break it up with the mechanical chunks more or less, depending on how you're feeling. Or what you feel like your goals are at that point in the game. If the concern is too much stuff to read, that is, I don't think a thing that you need to be worried about. I see what you mean. Yeah, I mean, it feels like you and I are gonna land in similar areas. I think you take a little bit longer for stuff than I do. And for me, it was a 4-stream game. So, like 15-ish hours, a little bit more. So probably for you, closer to 20, maybe? Depending on how far afield you want to range. But yeah, it was a good time. I enjoyed it. I absolutely enjoyed it. Yeah. What's my next part 1? My next part 1 is Inscription. Well, it's not going to beat Outer Wilds, but Inscription was just so fucking good. I mean, you bought the soundtrack before anybody you knew had played the game. Did you listen to the soundtrack before you bought it, or did you just buy completely unheard based on it being Danger working on it? Yeah, that's kind of where I expected that to go. Yeah, Danger's good. Soundtrack is great. Also recommended. Yes. Inscription beats out Disco Elysium. I really liked Inscription. Oh my god. It landed so well in terms of, like, the meta shenanigans that it was doing, and the, like, weird unbounded growth of some of the card interactions, and, you know, some of the behind the scenes humor stuff, and, like, god, game characters being aware that they're in a game I just fuck me up. Like, it's I am almost assuredly overvaluing the quality of Inscription. But Inscription is absolutely the kind of narrative that just goes straight into my endorphins. I've not played the Hex. I know I should. Yeah, this was like right into my strike zone. Inscription's at the top of a lot of people's lists this year. I'll believe it. I have played Pony Island. I have VODs for Pony Island, if you want to see my playthrough of Pony Island. I have not played the Hex, but sounds like the Hex should be on my list also. Everybody else also seems to really love Inscription too. Yeah, I think it was really good. I think it was really good. Teleglitch, though. Teleglitch did not land. If you were lukewarm on Act 1 and 1/4 of Act 2, you probably don't need to finish Inscription. If you don't mind the spoiler, I would say watch somebody play through the first, like, 10 or 15 minutes of Act 3. And that should be enough to make a decision for you. I don't think Act 3 drastically changes the mechanical formula of the game, really. There is absolutely a narrative twist at that point. But I think if it's not landing, then it's not landing. Especially after the jump from Act 1 to Act 2. I would say, like... I think I would say that if you have played through the transition between Act 1 and Act 2, then you probably know enough about what the game is doing to make an informed decision as to whether or not you want to keep playing. It's maybe worth learning a little more, depending on what parts of it you didn't find appealing. Like, there's enough differences in the gameplay of Act 3 and Act 2 and Act 1 for them all to feel like they hit different parts of the card gamer's experience. But again, that depends on what you weren't finding compelling, or what you might find compelling if you got further in. Interested in the necromancy decks. Oh, fair enough. Everybody has their own interests. Anyway, Teleglitch had a lot of potential, but was not actually a good game. Especially it being like a tabletop. Yeah. Act 1 did a lot of good things. There is a reason that so many people are excited about modding Act 1. Yeah, not excited about Teleglitch. What else did we do? Oh, now there's going to be a bunch of firsts here, because we were playing the same afternoon games forever and ever and ever, and I finally was like, hey, maybe we should play something different. And then we played a bunch of different things. So then they are Billions, which I've been really enjoying lately. I don't know that I have enough information to really rank They Are Billions in this thing. I think I'll put it about here. I'm definitely having fun with it. I am expecting to have more fun with it, but I'm still fairly fresh to it. I don't feel like I'm done with it at all, or have a complete picture of what the game is going to be like with more tech or in survival mode. Do I think They Are Billions is better than Spiritfarer? It's been fun watching me fail with They Are Billions. Okay, rude, but also I understand. There's been some spectacularly good failures. Do I think They Are Billions is better than Dyson Sphere? I think they're sufficiently different. This is another one where it's like, all 5 of these are just such completely different games that putting any kind of rankings on them is blah. Okay, well, I appreciate the compliment. I'll take the compliment. So, like, whether They Are Billions is, like, 5th or 3rd or 2nd, it's, like, kind of weird to try and make these comparisons between them. These two I'm unsure of, this relative order, but otherwise I think this is right. Yeah, it's not super strict. Battle of Polytopia we played recently. I suspect Battle of Polytopia is not an amazing game, but I've been enjoying what I've played so far, and I think I want to come back to it. I think I'd probably put that around here. Actually, I'm going to put that on the list of user voting. What do people want to see? In addition to the games I am currently playing. Because boy howdy, am I deeply invested in the games I am currently playing. But yeah, what little bit of Battle of Polytopia I've played so far, I've actually really enjoyed. And I think I am interested in streaming some more of it, because I think it was a good time, and not a terrible stream game. And there's potentially more stuff to do. I don't know. Did I intend to add Deltarune Chapter 2 alt route to the revisit list? So the revisit list is mostly supposed to be afternoon games, and Deltarune Revisit would not be an afternoon game. Afternoon games, I'm still... I'm still zealously hoarding my decision-making ability for evening games, because there are rather a lot of games that are demanding my attention. And I intend to portion out my attention in a miserly fashion. Not putting that shit up to a vote. So Battle of Polytopia, now we go into the next evening game, which has been Shadowrun Dragonfall, which we are still currently in the middle of. And I think that fits firmly above the other Shadowrun game, and not too much further above anything else. Like, I'm not opposed to continuing it. I don't think it's bad. There's nothing that's going to prevent me from continuing to play it. But I think it does still fall into that category of, if I weren't playing it for stream, I would just eventually not be picking it up again. Like, everything that I said about Shadowrun Returns, I think holds true for Shadowrun Dragonfall as well. And then Autonauts, which I am desperately in love with and have no idea how to rate, because I am still feeling Autonauts NRE. Like, any ranking I give to Autonauts is going to be unfairly inflated because I'm desperately in love with it on first meeting. Like, do I even think it's a good game? It's so hard. Like, I don't know who I would recommend Autonauts to, right? Like, I feel like with a lot of these games, I can say they're good, and I know who I would recommend them to. I know what kind of person would like them the same way that I liked them. And then I look at Autonauts, and it's like, I'm deeply invested in this game, and the game mechanics are unusual enough that I have no idea who I would throw this at. Jim versus the interface. I have made my fair share of Xing out of things instead of saving my work, which has been a little bit of a struggle. It's in the same corner as Factorio and ONI. I mean, it is, right? It's a colony builder. Have you ever wanted to build a tower of babies? I mean, I do have my tower of dung that's going to block out the sun. Yeah, I've been really enjoying Autonauts. And any ranking I give it, I think is going to be irrationally high. Just because, like, it still feels very fresh to me and there's so much I want to do and so much more of the game that I want to experience. I don't... Like, I think I want to rank it probably here, if I'm trying to be as rational as possible about it. And even then, I'm not sure if it's completely rational. It is definitely the game I am most interested in right now, right? Like, out of all of the games that I am currently playing, if I could just pick any game and play that game for a stream, and then the next stream pick any game and then play that game for a stream, ignoring, like, what games I think will be more popular, or ignoring any sense of variety, or any sense of, like, following my own personal streaming rules that I've set out, I would just be playing Autonauts. I would be playing Autonauts 5 days a week. And that's completely unreasonable, and I'm not going to. But that is how I feel at the moment. I want to move it up the list. I probably don't move it up the list. I don't actually think that Autonauts is a better game than Spiritfarer. I'm not sure if I think that Autonauts is a better game than Dyson Sphere, but that's an easier comparison to make. Resist the temptation. Why? It's my list. Nobody's even gonna see this thing after the stream. This is going to disappear into the electronic ether. You don't know that it's better than They Are Billions? Once again, Devanok, you and I, two very different people. I will say that having played them for the first time within a week of each other, I am feeling more invested in playing more Autonauts than I am feeling invested in playing more They Are Billions. And I really want to play more They Are Billions. And really, the amount of enjoyment I am personally getting out of the game has been the primary factor on which I am ranking things. Sometimes I try to do a more objective, like, is this game objectively good, based on criteria that I think other people would agree with, and making decisions based on that, or based on how niche the game is. But my overriding criteria here is, how much fun am I having? And it's my list. Alright, I think we're going to leave it here. I'll go with this. I think Autonauts might be a better game than Dyson Sphere. But it's also, like, it's hard to make that comparison. Like, it's hard to look at, you know, the polish on the game and look at, like, the graphics for Autonauts and the graphics for Dyson Sphere and, like, the scale of the world in Dyson Sphere and the 3D of it, and then the, like, grid-based movement and 2 sprites of graphics in Autonauts, and be like, yes, Autonauts is a better game than Dyson Sphere. But, it's hard to set aside the aesthetics when you're making that comparison, because Dyson Sphere has a lot of work put into its aesthetics, whereas Autonauts has an aesthetic, but I wouldn't say that a lot of work has been put into making that aesthetic. I did 1 or 2 Griffland streams this year. Not a whole lot. Grifflands should probably be on the list. Grifflands is also a game that I wouldn't mind going back to. And once I actually post this, I'm perfectly willing to accept write-ins. So that is also a thing to consider. Once I post this, when I eventually post this, which is a thing that I am going to do probably, question mark? But that brings us to current. That's everything. We did it, you guys. We made it all the way through to today. Made it all the way through. Yeah. Good job. I'm proud of us. We did it. Even with some tangents. Even with a few tangents.